Good evening. Hello, hello. Man, it's getting so busy already. Just starting. I hope you are all well. Thomas, hello. And Flying Paul. We have a new real-world private pilot in the house. Fly with Paul has just passed today his first solo. Big round of applause, Paul. Once again, congratulations and happy landings. Always blue skies, keep the blue up. Easy. So Easy, you wrote that Sven would like to do a shared flight with you, but I'm not sure. You said, Tony, but Sven also. So I'm not sure, like us three together, or what was the idea? So Maf, hello to you as well. Lisa, hello. Mark, hello to you. How are you doing, Mark? Gute wie. Mohammed, hello. Krille, hello. Cargo Pilot, moin, wie geht's dir? Avimar, hello. Kerry, German Sim Aviation, servus, grüß Gott. Scons, hello. Lilienthal, nice to see you. And Flight Deck Magazine, hello to you. Bobby G, hello. De Ulas, hello to you. Autothrust Blue. Organ Aviator, hello. Oh yes, Organ, I did get your message on Twitch. Let me just check what it was. You wanted to know something. Yeah, sorry, I'm crazy busy today, man. Let me see. Oh no, that was under Ask Blackbox channel. Hang on. That was a question regarding. No, hang on. What did you? Oh, it was on YouTube. What did you ask on YouTube before I try to find that? 08, hello. Vector Raum, Gilend, hello to you. And Billy Bogdan, you're moving from Kansas. Where to? Where are you moving to? Nice. Yeah, fly with Paul. Let me know. Let me know when you're there. Cool. Alrighty, let's get started. So here we are. In the A350 again, iniBuilds, latest update in Microsoft 2024. And, well, we'll see. Hopefully without WASM crash. Don't jinx it, but we'll see. Oh, okay. Well, you want to know which one I find better regarding. So to be honest, I honestly was quite nicely surprised by the Rotate MD11 because it has a couple more features than the TFDI, but the TFDI will get an update soon, right? So that's why it's very dynamic. Things are changing quickly. So yeah, we got to wait until we get an update there as well. But for now, the flight model was great. I really enjoyed the flight model in the Rotate MD11. Was very nice to fly. Yeah. Topic today, guys, as we have a new scenery. So we have the version 2 MK Studios Helsinki. I am on VATSIM, and it is pretty much 0 degrees at the moment, meaning, hey look, meaning that we can do some de-icing procedures here. There is a very cool feature here in the at the airport, and now again I'm absolutely not sure if it's a GSX feature or if GSX is integrated into the scenery as well, because we do get fantastic kind of a billboard indication. So that should be nice to check out again today. Right. And yes, I've prepared a little bit of infos again, guys. We'll talk about some stuff. Now, we do have a workshop file out on our subscriber channel in Discord. But it is fairly old, right? So I am wondering if I should make an update. Hey, Wish. If I should make an update because, again, yeah, it's a bit older. It's still, like 80% is still absolutely valid. But a few things have changed. So it may be a good idea to redo that. Hey, Kenneth Black, nice to see you. How are you doing? All right, let me just have a look here. See if I can open the file. Okay, easy. I just read your message. All right, I'll get back to you about that. Yeah, thank you for letting me know. Right, let me just try again. So on the subscriber channel, we've got lots of files, and then there's one which I've done, I think, about like 4 or 5 years ago. Cold weather operations or winter operations, and but I mean it's still valid, so it's not as if it's completely outdated. Now, let me just find it. Pins. Winter ops, got it. So let me have a look. Airplay. Oh yeah, and I'm using my Winwing Airbus throttle setup today, which I'm eager to try out. Hey Tom. Yeah, here there are de-icing pads. I'll show you. I'll show you that on the map in a second. Let me just get you some idea about you know, the file that I made some time ago. So it's 12 pages long. It gives you some great overview regarding when we talk about contaminated runways, damp runways, dry runways, icing conditions, because we do get a lot of questions about that. Yeah, how you are. Yeah, this is something, so every year, at least at my company, we do get a mandatory computer-based training program that we have to finish before the end of October, I think it was all the time. So whenever there was updates anywhere on that topic, hey, Iono Torama, then obviously, you know, we would have to go through that. We'd also have to answer a questionnaire at the end to make sure that we've understood everything. And the topic is, I mean, I wouldn't say it's overly complicated. The Maxi, hello, but it's quite extensive, and there are, you know, a couple of things that you have to be careful with. And I can tell you some real-world interesting things I've come across regarding winter operations. And I think one of the major things to mention is that when you have winter operations, and I mean serious winter operations like snowfall, contamination on taxiways and runways, the first thing you have to understand is forget about schedule, right? Forget about trying to hurry up and trying to make your schedule. This is completely nonsense, right? Winter operations is something, I guess, you know, these Nordic airports like Oslo, Stockholm, Helsinki, they are very good in managing. But other airports around Europe, they just really lack the capacity to cope with, you know, extensive winter operations, right? So whenever you have that, you have to realize that a lot of flights are going to be delayed, a lot of flights are going to get cancelled, and you know, the whole de-icing procedure stuff, it just takes its time. And that's why forget about yeah, that's the routing, Thomas. So forget about your schedule. It's not important on that. Right? The important thing is that you operate your aircraft safely. That's the main objective. Right. So I've done some infos on icing types, and also kind of the risk areas of icing. And you can see, for example, on the left-hand side there at the scale, because people ask, hey, why is it minus 40 degrees Celsius? We don't have to switch on engine anti-ice anymore, at least when we're in cruising level, right, or climbing. You can see that here. So the left-hand side, the blue shaded area that gets smaller and smaller as temperature goes down, it's just the water content just decreases, and at minus 40, it's negligible. So that's why, you know, the possible icing area is on the left-hand side there, and then you have a ram effect. You know, as this airspeed increases, indicated airspeed increases, or calibrated airspeed increases, that ram effect also means that there will be no icing. All right. Yeah, and then of course, influence on the max angle of attack. We go through how, you know, icing affects slats, flaps, etc. In-flight anti-icing, de-icing measures. And then we have the in-flight anti and de-icing procedures. And that's a question, again, I can just see that here. So icing additions may be expected when the outside air temperature on the ground and on takeoff, or when the TAT, total air temperature in flight, is at or below 10 degrees Celsius, and there's visible moisture in the air, such as clouds, fog, low-vis, blah, 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 snow, sleet, ice crystals, right? Then the engine anti-ice has to be activated, all right? I get that question frequently. Chain reactor here, Deutsche Bahn. Yeah, so you can see lots of stuff. And then this is the big topic, right? Ground anti-icing and de-icing procedures. And, you know, the four different anti-icing or de-icing, oh, actually it's anti-icing fluid types that you have, what the differences are, why they have different colors. And that's actually represented here in the sim as well on GSX. So type 4 is definitely green. And I'm not sure about type 1. I think type 1, they do the same as type 2, kind of yellowish. But yeah, type 3 is rarely found in airline aviation. And the reason is that it's restricted to takeoff speeds higher than 68 knots. And it's not used very often. So usually we have 1, 2, and 4. Jacob, it's available on the Discord for the subscribers. So for the Twitch members and the subscribers. Again, it's these things. These take a lot of time and a lot of effort to make. So it's a bit of a thank you, if you like, to those that have, you know, become a member or subscribed on Twitch as well. So one of those platforms. Yeah. So some holdover tables now. Again, they are modified. They're representing kind of real world times, but they're not completely exactly the same, because these types vary simply because you have standard profiles, but you also have dedicated charts or tables for specific fluid brands. So whenever you have a thanks, Organ. So whenever you have a certain brand at a certain airport, you will get a notification, and then you have a table specifically for that brand of de-icing fluid, which usually then gives you a bit of a higher holdover time. Good. So that's what we're going to use today, guys. So we'll pretend that we've got just getting to the aircraft now, and then so let me just get into the aircraft and. Yeah, we checked chocks and position. We still have the engine covers on, and we're doing our safety checks first of all, as always. Things like spoiler lever, flap lever, start switches, engine start selector, park brake is set, landing gear lever is down, and then as well the windshield wipers are off. Once that's done, we can do the following. Now I need to. I didn't realize I hadn't installed the A350 yet for the Microsoft 2024. So I was surprised to see that I had to do the whole setup again. Let me just do that here quickly. So that's number 2. And then we'll do 3 this way. Yep. That's good. All right, that should be enough for now. Sandros, hello. Cargo Pilot, did you put our shared flight on private? No, so Cargo Pilot, the thing is, you know that we had a disconnect on YouTube. The problem is the only file that was saved was the first 40 minutes. And so I took it down because people would get confused. So if you want to watch it, have a look on Twitch. On Twitch, you don't have to be a subscriber or anything there. You can still watch that video. It is in all the 2 or 3 files are still there in Twitch. Hey, Mac85. Peter, hello. Peter says the ETA calculations are not working properly at the moment. Roger that. I'm going to go ahead. Batteries on. External power on. And then let me just have a look here at the weather. So we've got live time and live weather active. Right, aircraft's coming alive. Epic Nobody, hello to you. And London Controller. Hello, hello. Thank you so much. Jamie, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that, Jamie. Big shout out to London Controller, but I know you all know this wonderful gentleman. Make sure to give him a follow if you don't know him yet. Yeah, it was, again, Jamie, it was lovely meeting you in Lillystad, even though it's a very short notice. And I kind of jumped on you, didn't I? Because it's a bit unfair if like I knew exactly what you looked like, but you didn't know what I looked like. So for those that don't know, so Lillystad, we had the FlightSim expo there, and then I saw him and I just jumped on him and said, "Hello." Exactly. So I'm sure you're going to be there in Lillystad as well next year. So I'll be there again as well. So maybe we have a few more minutes to talk.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Infotainment.
Flying Walnut 737. Thank you much for your 7 months, sir. Thank you so much for that.
First class. Thank you.
Yeah, London Controller, absolutely. That's Jamie. Sorry, Jamie. Yeah, well, absolutely, will be brilliant. And Fat hello to you. Thank you so much for the 2 months. I hope you're doing well. Oh, my dear moderators, could you do me a favor? Could you, although I'm not sure on Twitch here, Twitch should be fine, right? So people from Jamie's stream can type. Or is there a delay here as well on Twitch? Yeah, it's just to make sure these bots don't spam the chat all the time. Right, so let's have a quick look here for the logo light. Man, I've not been in this aircraft for a while, I'm not gonna lie. So dome light, dome light, dome light. It's down here. Floodlight, integral. Dome light, got it, found it, alright. Joan wants hello. All right, then let's switch off the flashlight here. There it is, cool. Okay, so what we're gonna do now, we're gonna go get the jetway connected and then activate services, 35, operate jetway. And Tuksu, hello. All right. Cool. Now, whenever I IRL, I came into the flight deck, let's say, early morning or something, aircraft's been stood outside all night at below freezing temperatures. Then I just, we just fire up the aircraft first of all, and then I'd look into the technical logbook, see if there's anything special being done on the aircraft, any open items. And then once that's completed, I would very, very soon go outside and do my outside check. Now, the first officer obviously has the same qualification to do a outside check, including the contamination check. to determine whether or not we need anti-icing. Very often, you could literally determine that very quickly. You know, whether or not you do need anti-icing by glancing out of a cabin window at the overwings or near the wings, and then you would then you know, see frost on the wings or something, right? Now, the thing is though that there are certain rules regarding how much frost is allowed to be on the aircraft, right? So there are areas where you're allowed to have frost, and there are areas where you're not allowed to have frost, right? So, I mean, it goes without saying that any kind of, you know, visible frost on the top of the wings is definitely a reason to de-ice the aircraft. Now, the only difficult thing is, so I've asked this question last year, I think, the last time, how much a de-icing procedure costs. Now, obviously, there's separate de-icing procedures. There's a de-icing procedure, and then there's a two-step procedure as well, where you have, first of all, de-icing and then anti-icing. So the first step, so the de-icing is usually done with a kind of a 70 degrees hot de-icing fluid, type 1 usually, which melts the frost or ice, gets rid of that. And then if you have continuous icing conditions, freezing fog, snowfall, whatever, right, then you would need a protection layer on top of the on top of the critical surfaces, like the wings, the stabilizer, rudder. Okay, and that has a certain holdover time depending on the fluid type and the fluid concentration. And so, you know, being a pilot, you want to make sure that you don't waste money for the company. So you have to determine: A, do I need de-icing? B, if yes, what kind? Do I need just the anti-icing, or do I need both anti and de-icing? As to Amoin, and Skyperon, hello to you. So that's always you know, one of the very first things that you try to determine early on, because if you need de-icing, you would normally call in quickly with the de-icing company and get your name on the list. All right. So if you're unlucky, it's very busy, a lot of people want to de-ice the aircraft, then you have a waiting list, and then, you know, the earlier you get onto that list, the better it is. Although most airports really, they also put you in that list according to your TSAT, so the target startup approval time. Hey JD, Sanders.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, not just different temperatures, not per se. It's different colors for the different types of fluid. But we'll talk about that in a minute as well. And RMK Wings, hello to you. Welcome, and thank you for the Twitch Prime. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so yeah, let's say today, I'm not sure right now, right? Because it's an overcast sky. It's cold. It's pretty much 0 or just getting below freezing. But we're not really sure if we need de-icing. So what we can do then is go outside, right? Now, you can imagine, hey Lilo, any aircraft that is, you know, big enough so that you can't, you know, neither see the overwing really or touch the surface of the wings, top surface. Then it already becomes difficult to determine, is it actually froze? Is it really frost, or is it just you know, some cold precipitation on top of the wings that looks like frost? But I mean, if in doubt, you would still de-ice the aircraft. Yeah, like, yeah, hoarfrost, exactly. So it depends, right? So you can have very fine kind of frost, but I've had situations where you could see that something was on top of the wings, but because it's like around freezing, you wouldn't really know exactly if it's frozen or if it's actually still kind of wet, right? Another option you have is actually you can call the de-icing company and ask them to send someone over to do a contamination check. All right, so they have their, their basket, and they can then get close to the aircraft and check the wings by touch, and then let you know whether or not you have to, or if you have frost on or not. But yeah, the whole topic again, it's not easy to determine, and so the only areas you're allowed to have frost are below the wings here and on the fuselage, and there the idea is always that as long as you can read these decals, right, then it's all right. But as soon as the frost layer becomes so thick that you can't read decals anymore, so let's say caution, whatever, right, then that's definitely a sign that you have to de-ice the aircraft. But I would always handle it in a way that, if in doubt, have the aircraft de-iced. Would the ATIS also mention de-ice? Well, Mach 85, believe it or not, let's say you have plus 6 degrees Celsius, Mach 85. Do you think the airport would offer de-icing services at plus 6 degrees Celsius? Just to name a number. Careful, trick question. Yes. Yeah, I know we always have some pros here. Maybe. Yeah. So why would it be maybe necessary? Well, let's say you've got long range aircraft coming in with very cold fuel, right, in winter time, or even let's say springtime. So you have a little bit kind of drizzly weather. Exactly, cold soaked wings, right? So you have fuel that's like minus 20 degrees Celsius, and then of course that means that the drizzle can actually freeze on these surfaces where the fuel touches the surface of the wings, for example, right? Or the wing is still so cold soaked that the drizzle actually then freezes. Yeah, so Shamrock, and I was hoping for someone to kind of chime in with a story. So you had to de-ice a Delta 767 once at 12 degrees outside air temperature, right? Yeah. And that's a temperature range where an airport probably wouldn't have de-icing trucks ready, simply because it's an unusual temperature to have to de-ice, right? And I've actually had the situation. I was really angry at myself because we had it was kind of late autumn, just like right now at the moment, right? We had about plus 10 degrees or plus 8 degrees in Toulouse. And usually Toulouse, so Frankfurt-Toulouse was a routing where we used to, not anymore, but we used to do tankering. So we would have fuel on board for the return flight. All right. So coming Frankfurt, we would have fuel for the return flight from Toulouse to Frankfurt. And so we didn't have to refuel in Toulouse because fuel there was very expensive. But the problem was then that we did get ice on the wings. And I had to call in for de-icing. And exactly then what Shamrock just wrote, it took about an hour to get the equipment ready. Why? Because the fluid has to be heated up. So the truck has to be made ready, the fluid has to be made ready, and then it has to be heated in order to be able to de-ice, right? Hey, Pilot 19. Yes, Flying Paul, it can happen. It can happen all the way until May. Yeah. So yeah, so again, so we have to check the aircraft. Another thing sometimes you might have in the real aircraft is you may have fan blade icing. So the ice, especially on ground operations, when it's like really wet and cold, or in foggy conditions, let's say you have freezing fog, then the anti-icing works okay for this part. So the anti-ice heats this area here. Right? It doesn't heat the fan blades. It heats this area here so that no ice starts to build up here, which can then break off and get into the engine. So the fan blades are not de-iced. However, if they're spinning at a high rate, then icing is less likely, and the centrifugal forces will actually, get the ice to break off again, right? But on the ground, or let's say you have a longer period of time with very low power settings, then you can pick up fan blade icing. And so you would touch these fan blades, and it's either a little bit visible on the front, or let's say the top of the fan blades here, but usually it's behind the fan blades at the tips, right? So, and then if you have that, you have to call in for fan blade de-icing, and it's literally just kind of 50 degrees Celsius hot air from an air conditioning card that is used to melt off the ice. And that takes its time again. It's kind of annoying, because if you have these situations where you have freezing fog, meaning a lot of aircraft are coming in, and a lot of aircraft are experiencing fan blade icing at the same time, then a lot of aircraft will call in, or a lot of pilots will call in to get the icing. But let's say you only have like 4 or 5 of these specific certified de-icing equipment for fan blade de-icing, then of course, again, you have a huge waiting time sometimes, simply for that, right? Good. Yeah, another important thing obviously is then, as we do our outside check as usual, so we check all the things we normally check. However, in these conditions where we have frost conditions, icing conditions, then we just check a little bit more, especially the probes. They have to be absolutely clear. We check things like landing gear as well, make sure there's no build-up anywhere in the structure, or anything, in moving parts. Yeah, same with the stabilizer rudder area. That so any kind of aerodynamic surface has to be clean, right? And as you can imagine, since the stabilizer is creating lift on the underside of this wing, right? Lift is actually going is created downwards here. The underside of the stabilizer is actually more sensitive to frost or icing compared to the top. But another question for you guys: normally, is this area heated? What do you think? Is that the stabilizer? Is that heated or not? Because we know that the slats and flaps, at least the outboard slats, are heated, right? But what about rudder or? Yeah, and that's why I said usually. So normally, at least the aircraft that I've flown, they don't have de-icing for the stabilizer or the rudder, right? So there are some very few aircraft like the MD-11 that do have it. Yeah, so Ramos Ramos says on the Embraers they don't. Yeah. Thank you much for the input. Yeah. So like I said, I've not come across any aircraft, neither 737, A320, 747, 787. They do not have anti-icing capability or de-icing capability at the stabilizer and the rudder. Okay. So that brings then the problem that the wing leading edges may be free, because there you had the de-icing, right? But then you may have a frost accumulation on the he goes on the leading edges of the stabilizer and the rudder. And again, since these are aerodynamic surfaces, you have to keep them clean for takeoff, and that's why you have to have them de-iced. Now you ask yourself, hang on, but what about landing? So you're picking up the ice during approach and landing. Isn't that bad? Well, not really. At that stage, with the speeds that you're going, there really isn't much effect. Some aircraft have a additional speed, like 10 knots speed addition, if you have if you're suspecting icing. But again, that depends on the operator handbook specifics. It's just not as significant, Elias. No. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, again, when we talk about so Ghost, not just the flaps, we talk about the stabilizer and rudder, right? But there, the effects just aren't as big. That it would become a problem, right? It's more on takeoff, especially then with engine failure. Right, that's the thing. Yeah, cool. Okay, so let's say we are definitely saying that we got frost accumulation on the stabilizer, rudder, and the wings. Okay, and so yeah, we determined that we do need de-icing. Right, but before we go into all of that, let me go ahead and get everything started. So, flight ops menu. So, flight ops menu, status, SimBrief import. So, we are Finnair 711, Helsinki, Düsseldorf. And then we want to have GSX menu, request refueling. Hey, it force 5. Why you dozed off? You've missed the best part. Like, literally, my mouth is dry. I've been talking like 15 minutes non-stop and you missed it. Oh no. Test. Lilo, you finished Paris, Bologna, Paris. Okay, nice, cool. Good to hear. Good to hear. Right, and then what we do before anything else as well, we're gonna get the flight plan. So status, we have a good database. And then let's have a look. Flight plan. Hold on. In it. Right, let's do the company flight plan request. Do they operate many short routings? Right, waiting for insertion. Hey Calum, hello. Yeah, Ghost, exactly. So that's why we're flying to Düsseldorf. Yeah, and of course, again, I've bought the expensive scenery. We might as well try it out again, right? So requesting wind. Received. Let's insert the wind as well. And then what I would like to do is... so they don't seem to have PDC. I mean, I can try. Let's have a look. ATC com. That's going to be request clearance departure gate. Okay, now. Whiskey 35. Whiskey 35. All right. Air Force 5, okay, so you have removed that and it's still giving you CTDs, so that's I have not had any issues. So this is one of the few aircraft where you have to click on the field before you enter something. The departure ATIS is Golf 359 Düsseldorf. Mail transfer to box here, and then we have to go up here. Send. Let's see if it works. Ghost, there will be winter operations. Yeah, Saturday I'm planning to do another member and subscriber just chatting live stream. As always, covering the latest topics, answer questions, and then we'll talk about cold weather operation. Alright, let's clear all those. Yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to get that, but nonetheless, what we can do is we can have a look at the flight plan. Oh, the... what fuel is it? Fuel 50. Oh, it is fueling. Right. Yeah, it's fueling, that's fine. Cargo pilot, you finished eating with bolognese. Nice.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box.
Right, let's have a look. OFP.
Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks...
Captain Chaos, hello to you. Wie geht's? Captain Chaos, thank you for the 74 months.
Good evening, BB. Hope you're doing well.
I am. How are you doing? Thank you so much, Captain Chaos, 74 months, and a huge supporter. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well. So we're taking our full right, and I am planning to go take the Nunto 5 Charlie. So it's going to be Nunto 5 Charlie, no transition. I'm going to go down here, insert. Then we can have a look at the routing all the way down to Halme. And then Halme, arrival Düsseldorf. We are planning with runway 23 left. Let me see, 23 left. All right, let's try that. 23 left. They may give us a different one. It is the Halme 1 Alpha. We'll take the Alice approach. And we'll take Halme 23. So let's insert that. So we have, oops. Yeah, so we have all the routing, Halme 23 transition, and then manual radar vectors for the ILS. Oh, you're right. Easy. Thank you so much. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. But how do I... hold on. How do I... Captain on OIS on center. You can only switch between them. Okay, like you can have a look at the plan like this and then... okay, yeah. Okay, that's fine. I did not get any reply, so I don't think PDC is working. So we're going to get the clearance in a second manually. And... alright, so we've got the routing init A page. Let's try again. Init A page. Trip wind we don't need. We've got the wind data inserted. IRS is... let's have a look. Align... oh wait, hang on, disregard. We have to actually turn on the... haven't done my items yet. Let's do the items first of all. Now strobe light, try to switch that off so that on VATSIM it doesn't flash. Let's do that all on. We'll do a quick fire test here. Okay, easy. Yep, understood. Thank you, easy. Appreciate that. So the rest is good as is, and then the alignment should happen automatically, right? Yeah, there we go. Align in 8 minutes. That's fine. Good. Then fuel and load. For the fueling, let's have a quick look here. Well, easy. That's actually a nice feature. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. Because right now, you're right. This is actually good. If I'm, as a have my viewpoint down here, then I can just simply switch it on here. That's good. Yeah. So I just want to have a look at the weather conditions in Düsseldorf and Frankfurt. Frankfurt is the alternate airport. So look at this. So right now it is -0, and they had recent freezing drizzle. So definitely a good idea to do a two-step, get D and anti-icing for takeoff. Now I have to check my documents again, but I mean freezing drizzle is I think still okay, but freezing rain is a no-go, if I'm not mistaken these days. So freezing drizzle you can have, and the reason is that for freezing rain the de-icing fluid manufacturers don't give a holdover time. Yeah, so de-icing, just as the name says goes, de-icing means you remove the ice. So let's say you had just a normal kind of a frost layer, but no icing conditions in a sense. It's not snowing, it's not, it doesn't have freezing fog, anything, right? So you say, so once the aircraft is or the frost is removed, then, you know, there's no risk of having ice accumulation again, right? But as long as you have, you know, if you're worried about ice accumulations, then you do de-icing and then anti-icing. And normally that's in a two-step procedure. Right, Düsseldorf, gonna get a bit windier sometimes, but later it's gonna be fine. Wind is dying down. Cav OK 6 degrees. So no threats, looking good. Frankfurt, same, Cav OK 5 degrees. And the rain showers, CBs should be moving through, and later little wind, so no threats there either. Good weather, that's fine. Now for the fueling, so 18.7 looks good to me. Luca, thanks for the feedback, appreciate that. Yeah, that's what I thought. So the ILS, yeah, so that's why that's why you can go with light freezing drizzle or freezing drizzle, but not freezing rain. Let's go and start boarding.
Boarding requested.
Ali, hello to you. No, there is so many different. I also wonder about cold weather accumulation. Is that not in yet? Because I can't move the slider. So I guess that's not active yet, is it? Chain reactor, well then, you know, on the ATIS it will tell you, right? Because you have a meteorologist at the airport, and then that person will determine if it's freezing drizzle or if it's actually freezing rain. So you have to monitor the ATIS. And yes, it can. Can you move it if you turn GSX control off? You mean up here? I'm not sure what happens if I... It's not really that important. I just was asking if someone knew if that was working or not. Ah, so JD, that's the thing though, right? So that's something a lot of people are kind of getting confused about.
Pilot's boarding starting.
You have to differentiate between icing on the ground and icing conditions in the air. Two different topics, right? So let's take the case you're airborne, okay? When you're airborne, if your aircraft has a certification to be operated in icing conditions, then you have means to de-ice the wings and the engines, okay? So all the critical aircraft surfaces can be de-iced with your own aircraft devices, okay? However, it's a different thing on the ground. So on the ground, wing anti-ice doesn't work. It only has a test cycle if you switch it on the ground. So why doesn't wing anti-ice work on the ground? What's the issue with wing anti-ice operation on ground? Yeah, bleed air. What's a bleed air? No airflow, exactly. If you start injecting very hot bleed air into the leading edges here, right? And you have no cool airflow, you're gonna overheat and maybe damage the slat area that is being de-iced, okay? So that's why on the ground, you have no, well, there may be some aircraft that have maybe these pneumatic boots. That's a different topic, right? But anything that has bleed air or potentially like the 787 electrical heating, if you switch it on, it can then cause damage on the ground because there's no cooling airflow around it. Okay, so that's why differentiation between the ATR has it, yeah, correct. So that's why there's a differentiation between ground operations and flight operations, right? So nonetheless, as you take off, your aircraft has to be clean, right? So the surfaces, all the aerodynamic surfaces have to be clean. And that's why you have anti-icing and de-icing with fluids, okay? And again, the fluids, we can quickly, as boarding goes on, quickly go through what we have here. Let me just do that again. Let's connect again. Okay, so we would have to look at the icing conditions in a sense that have a look how much holdover time we have, right? So you can see for here the situation that we have now, frost. Let's say it's between 0 to minus 10 degrees Celsius. Okay, so the middle row here, right? So you can say that if you apply type 1 fluid in these conditions, just normal frost, it will give you 45 minutes. However, we've talked about the issue that we may have freezing drizzle. And again, you're now realizing the complication. So let's say right now there is no freezing drizzle. There is just freezing conditions in the sense that you can have frost. Okay, but we saw on the META that potentially you may get freezing drizzle. And have a look at the holdover time here. Freezing drizzle with type 1 fluid. 5 to 8 minutes. And then let me ask you, since you're all pros, when does that time start? Clemens, thanks so much, Clemens, coming in with €5. Hello, and thank you for those great streams. You know if Beyond ATC is capable of CP DLC together with A350. I am personally not. I've not tried it. So greetings back to Zurich, and a big thank you, Clemens, for your €5. Anyone know here if who's using Beyond ATC? Is that capable of using CP DLC in the A350 here? Okay, so we're getting good answers, but the correct answer is the moment the anti-icing starts. Okay, so if you're doing a one-step procedure, the moment that you apply the fluid, that's when you have to start the stopwatch. So on an A350, how long do you think a de-icing will take, even if it's just one step? Yeah, it's going to take like 10, 15 minutes. Yeah, 15 minutes. I mean, let's say in Oslo or Helsinki, they are pros. They can do it in 10 minutes. But then you have to taxi to the runway. So you have to do your checklist, right? Do whatever, maybe a run-up with the engines. That is just not doable, okay? So I think we can agree that with the risk of having freezing drizzle, type 1 is absolutely no-go, okay? So what about type 2? So let's have a look here, type 2. 0 to minus 3 degrees, and then freezing drizzle. Now we're starting to get more, hey Bodo, a more complicated setup, right? So now we're seeing concentrations, fluid concentrations, 100%, 75%, 50%. Right? So the de-icing truck has options to select a certain concentration. Kalium, it's on the subscriber channel in Discord. Yep. So looking at freezing drizzle, right? Type 2, 100%. Now we're getting 30 minutes to 1 hour. So theoretically, if there's not much traffic, this could be potentially a range we could use. Now, why does it give us a 30-minute range? Well, the lower side is for light precipitation, and the upper side would be for moderate precipitation. Now, these things have changed a little. So that's one of the areas where this document has to be updated, right? Because there is a new definition regarding precipitation rates. Oh, sorry, yes. Sorry, yeah, other way around. Yes, of course, because that's less time. So that's moderate and that's light. Yeah, but definitely not strong, okay? So, again, yeah, light and moderate, of course, yeah, other way around. So 30 minutes to 1 hour, this would be potentially okay. 100% type 2. Hey, Nate, who pays for the fluid? The airline, obviously, not the pilot. Well, snow is completely frozen. Snow is a completely solid frozen part of precipitation, while freezing rain is actually a fluid that falls onto the cold skin of the surface or the ground and then freezes upon impact. Right? That's the difference between those two. Now, today in these conditions, honestly, if I were facing freezing drizzle, I would potentially have a look at type 4. Again, 100%, 40 minutes to 1 hour, just to be on the safe side. Okay. So this is a procedure pilots have to go through. Why are different concentrations? Well, you can kind of minimize the costs, right? So let's say, you've got conditions where you say, you know what, we're de-icing at the runway. So 30 minutes, this time frame would be fine. Then you go 75-25. It's just a bit cheaper. Right? The chat has to pay. So estimates regarding how much does it cost to de-ice an A350? What do you guys think? Let's say we do a type 4, so 2-step and a type 4 anti-icing. Wow. JD, did you listen last time? You guys listened last time. Let's just stop. You guys will know already. Yeah, it's around, to my knowledge, around 2.5-3,000 euros. Oh, mittendrin had it. Oh, okay, yeah. So there's a German TV show, or it's also on YouTube, that covered that. Nah, easy. That would be too much, I think. No, 20. No, that would be. Oh, it's okay. No, so I think. So the high, I mean, A380. I think the A380 that goes into the region of about 5,000 to 6,000 euros. But I would have to be hard corrected if it's 20 to 64,000 euros. I think that's too much. So I would say more in the regions, 2 to 6,000, somewhere in there.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And Kenyan Fly, hello to you.
welcome aboard
Thank you so
Captain
much
Blackbox
for the subscription,
Entertainment
tier 1. Thank you so
Experience.
much. Welcome.
New subscribers should now pick up their pass to first class. Thank you.
Easy Mark, are you sure? Nah, that can't be. We can maybe evaluate in the flight, because again, that's not to my knowledge. I mean, imagine if it really cost 90,000. Kenyan, thank you so much. That would be very surprising, to be honest. Right, we got the boarding finished, loading finished. So let me start the APU because we have to remote the icing. Do you have a link, Easy? No, so Type 3 really isn't for airliners. I think that's more for the corporate jets maybe, but okay. Right, okay, so first of all, thank you so much. Leviathan has sent a list for Munich. Oh my god. Wow, okay, so I have to correct myself. Oh, partially. I have to correct myself partially. If you look at that that document, an A320 costs for frost 6,000 roundabout. For immediate or moderate contamination, 12,000 euros? Are you kidding me? For an A320? Yeah, okay, so if airlines get a kind of a mass discount, right? Now, there's a list for the 747. So medium contamination, 747, 40,000 euros? Are you joking? That is nuts. So, I mean, can you imagine the responsibility now a pilot has? Especially of these large aircraft? If he or she has to decide to de-ice or not de-ice, costing 40,000 euros? Blimey. Now, it goes even better. It goes even better than that. A350 1000. A350 1000. Listed price for heavy contamination 70,000 euros. What? Unbelievable.
You've got to be kidding me.
And it even lists 380. A 380 costs, oh my god, 380, 87,000 euros. Right, guys, I think I found a new profession I want to get into. I want to open up a de-icing company. Oh my god. Easy, thank you so much for bringing it up to me, because again, I would have never believed that. I would never have believed that, but here we got it on paper, officially. But yes, of course, a big airline. Yes, start the fluid factory. I can tell you interesting stories during the flight, guys, but we want to get going here. We have a bit of a flight time, about 2 hours or something. Yeah, so interesting topic, right? Interesting topic. Mine. Crazy. Yeah, poor Emirates. But again, it's always down to negotiations, right? So, you know, if you operate like, 40 flights a week out of Munich with a 380, you will get a discount for sure. Yeah, chain reactor. That is shocking. That is shocking indeed. Unbelievable. Right, let's close the door. Just to make sure that we have finished. Right. So let's, I'm just gonna set the zero fuel weight as well. There we go. So now we have a zero fuel weight of 1688, and that, oops, let's have a look quickly at the flight plan. Yeah, 1688, that is exactly the zero fuel weight we're supposed to have. Paid actor. What do you mean paid actor, JD? Hang on. Oh, easy mark, but I think that's pretty much that's probably very sensitive data. So don't say it here, please. I'm not sure. I'm sure that you're not supposed to tell. But yeah, I can imagine that you get some good discounts for that.
Welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Twitch channel subscriber experience. Could new subscribers
Okay, so we've done that.
where complimentary drinks, snacks, and premium flight entertainment will be
Take of
served.
performance.
Thank you.
Daniel, hello to you.
Veel spaas heute. Nerdo am main abos verteilen. Actuelle kan globalikerwijs.
Oh no!
Corona and influenza at
What?
gleichzeitig.
You've got Corona and influenza at the same time. Oh my god! I only had the injections, and I was already suffering badly. Oh my god! Yeah, I hope you're doing okay. I mean, that sounds horrible. Ja, so Daniel, gute Besserung. Bleib fit und ja, oder werd schnell wieder gesund. Mein Gott. Yeah, vaccination. I got both. Oh no, and you got the vaccination as well. 5 weeks ago and you still caught it. Oh no. Oh my god. Yeah, get well soon. My god. Right, let's quickly have a look. Anti-ice. We're going to do engine anti-ice and wing anti-ice. We may do both during the flight. And again, this is the calculation we're doing here is for in-flight, okay? So, but we're going to do runway wet because it is potentially going to have light freezing rain. And the ATIS actually says 100% wet anyways. Okay, so we got to calculate with wet runway. So we have current information hotel. Condition code 555, so that's good, but 100% wet. And contamination thin, 290 at 3, 10 kilometers, few 900 broken, 1700 broken, 4020. Yeah, so definitely need. And the temperature right now is -1. So we'll leave that at 0, that's fine. Let's compute that. And so those are the values for right. And we'll send that to the FMS. So let's go performance, confirm the speeds, and there we go, 32, 49, 44, yeah, 44, 49, 1 plus F, 62 flex. That's a really cool feature. I love that. 62 flex. Yeah. Okay, cool. Climb. And we are going to go cruise level 400, I think, was the filed cruise. Where's my cruise level? Oh, there we are. It's right there. So it's just too many numbers. Right, level 400. Thank you much, Curtis. Yeah, too many numbers. Alrighty. Good question. Bleeds off. Yes. Oh, another good question. So why do you think it's a good idea to go packs off? Not bleeds off, but packs off. Yeah, Nate. That too, yeah. So imagine all aircraft are de-icing, right? So they're taking off, And as they are taking off, the fluid on the aircraft slowly starts to flow off the aircraft and then land on the runway. That's what it's supposed to do. Because by the time you rotate, the fluid is supposed to be, well, not all of it, but most of it is supposed to have been flown off the aircraft at that time, right? And so that's why you have a lot of fluid residual on the runway. And so as you go across it, and then, you know, potentially your engines may ingest the fluid, and then it may get into the air conditioning system, right? So that's why it's a good idea actually to have the packs on off for takeoff. Right, let's get the APU bleed on. External power off. A chain reactor, that's the deal. Yeah, well, the 787 as well. The 787 ingests, but I mean, the 787 has deflected doors underneath where it has the cabin air compressors, right? The intakes. So it has deflected doors. So it shouldn't really have any ingestion for the 787. Yeah, easy. We'll do that exactly the same. Yeah. It's a shame I haven't found a procedure for the A350 anywhere, but I would assume it's the same as on the A320. So we'll use the A320 procedure. Ionotorama. Does this simulation also have the A350 fully autonomous flight? Auto take? No. No, so as far as I know, no aircraft that has been sold up to this point, so no A350 actually has the ATOL installed. So the automatic takeoff function. That is still currently in development, meaning that you know, it's being investigated, and oh, you have the A350 FK. Oh yes, easy, thank you. Let me know, please. Fantastic, cool. I'm going to call up. Oh, disregard. I've waffled on so much. Helsinki has gone offline, which is okay, because what we're going to do is the following. I'm going to show you where we have our de-icing pad. So let me go to terminal charts, and we're going to go to Helsinki, and I'm going to go to apron charts. Apron charts. Not this one. 8, 9. Almost. Hang on. No, so I've got to go take the air ground chart. Air ground chart. So there is a de-icing area here at apron 8. Oh, there we go. So here, these are the icing positions. Okay. So yeah, pleasure. So these are the icing areas, and since that's near runway 4 right, that's where we're going to de-ice the aircraft with running engines. If we were to depart runway 22 right, then they have de-icing areas apron 6. Right. And the cool thing here at Helsinki with the scenery here, it actually does show you the billboards as you taxi in. I mean, maybe not 100% as it does in real life, but it still shows a lot of infos, which is great. I love this. Cool. So let's have a look. Load sheet. So we have 29.7 zero fuel weight CG. And let me just have a look at the page here. Then we're going to go performance and fuel and load. So is there a way I can synchronize that with the FMS? No. Okay, so zero fuel weight 1688. So I'm going to click on that, highlight that, 168.8, enter. Block fuel 18.7, enter. And the CG we did say is 29.7. So 29.7. Enter, and passengers number is 277. So not fully booked today, but fairly urgent. Enter. Cool. We'll do Acon, that's fine. So that's all now finished. And then we'll give you a quick Aviamar, we'll have a look at the star later, but what I did, so it's going to give you a transition. So if you enter a star and then a transition, it may not show that correctly on the nav display. So that's why I've chosen just the transition. Right, let me have a look. Can we do a nice viewpoint anywhere? Oh, that's a beautiful viewpoint. All right, that's going to be 9, and then we'll do one more. Now I've got some great stories from my real world flying. Some funny ones, some drastic ones. But I can already tell you that I became a captain in 2007. Do you guys remember, so those that remember 2010, do you guys remember the winter we had in Europe, and especially in Germany that year, 2010? I will never forget that, because honestly, it was so bad that I thought, yeah, not just cold, but we had extreme amounts of snow as well. Yeah, and I honestly thought if that's going to be a kind of a standard winter, then honestly I will not survive my career. I will not reach retirement age, because that completely threw me over. That was a crazy winter, and I've witnessed things that I didn't think was possible, and nothing had prepared me for that previously. Where's my... No, there we go. 908 is synchronized. Fantastic. Cool. Excellent. That's that. Cool. Andrea, you won't forget 2000. You skipped school for 2 weeks. Yeah, it was bad. Which country was that, Andrea? Also Germany, or It was so bad, guys, that was the only time that I have ever heard, and after that, I don't think I've ever witnessed it again. Especially Germany, and I think even in France and England, they ran out of the icing fluids. They had to bring in a ship from the US, a huge ship, or maybe it was several ships, with the icing fluid. They had to stop airport operations, and maybe you're going to find some newspaper articles. They had to stop airport operations in Europe because they ran out of the icing fluids. It was that bad. Crazy. Absolutely nuts. Yanis, okay. Alrighty, I think I'll give you a quick briefing. So we're going to push back in a minute, and then we're going to push back facing southwest, taxi out via Zulu, then Victor Sierra Apron 8. There we're going to choose a free parking spot for the icing, do the icing procedure, then we're going to taxi for right depart, and we have our departure route. Arnav sits for right. It is the NEPEC 5 Charlie. So if we go ahead as well and go with the description here as well. Where's page? How do I... Oh, there we go. No, hang on. How do I skip through the pages here? Because I need a different page for right. Paul, I haven't heard anything when they are releasing. Anyone know how we can get these? So there's several pages here for full right. I don't know how I can skip to the next one. If not, we'll go and have a look at the Navigraph description. It's not a problem. So let's go and call up the page here. No, it doesn't work. It just moves the window. It doesn't matter. I'll read you the text. Okay. So for the Nunto 5, sorry, not the NIPEC, it was for Nunto 5 Charlie. Here we go. Nunto 5 Charlie departure. That's the one we're doing. It's going to be 680 feet. Then Hotel Kilo 416. No restrictions there. Lulap max 250. Left we go Hotel Kilo 911. No restrictions. And then to Nunto, also no restrictions. Initial climb 4,000. And after departure we were meant to call Helsinki, but they've gone offline. So it's going to be 1 to 2.8. Yeah, we had leader charts. Yeah, when I was still working. Cool. So let's go back to apron chart. Apron 1 to 4. So that's fine. Okay, cool. Then let's go have a look at the first checklist. So I'm going to call up. Yeah, let's call up the checklist here. So let's go checklist menu, and we're going to go with the cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pins covers removed. Fuel quantity is 18,700 kilograms, and bar roll ref 998 set on both sides. Checked. That's a cockpit preparation checklist complete. A350 smooth. Hello to. And then what we're going to do is go back to ground operations. So GPU disconnect. The parking brake is on, so we can get rid of the chocks. And I'm going to go with the before start items, so maybe that way they will close the doors. Beacon on. And transponder, we'll put that to 2000. So let's go surveillance 2000 on, and that should put us on score. Okay, cool. And then we're going to set 1 to 2.8, which is now active. I'll set my push to talk button here. Why is it not registering? Let's try that again. Push to talk. There it is now. It's set. All right. Oh, okay. So I have to switch on the. Of course, now it's active. Excellent. Right, let's close the doors. And then so everything's closed. And then let's arm all the doors. All armed, fantastic. And then request pushback.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push complete.
Now I'm going to do that later, so I'm going to select no now, and after pushback for taxi, we'll have a look. It should give us the option to de-ice. Where the checklist, you go here, checklist menu. So then we go before start, park brake is on, takeoff speeds thrust. Let's go F1S2. Go to performance. So we have 132, 144, 149, flex 62, slides armed, nose with steering. Disconnect is now on, and that's the before start check is complete. Nice. Oh god. GSX. Yeah, Paul, it is a different aircraft, absolutely. But I mean, this is nice to have an aircraft, you know, if it's modeled in that way, right? It gives you a nice kind of impression on how technology changes, right? Can I? Okay, yeah, Ghost, go ahead. Yeah, I'll have the yeah, Discord. So yeah, get me a direct message on Discord, then that'll be easiest. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. All right. Thank you much, Ghost. I've got it. I appreciate that very much. Thank you so much. That's very cool. So, ground, let's facing southwest Alpha Victor.
Release parking brakes.
Right, I've got my wind wing unit, so brakes released. Oh, that's a load sheet here. Nice. Oh, come on. Oh, hang on. I have not started yet, have I? Oh, I have. Hang on. What's happening? No. Why is it not working? Hold on. Darn. Let me just start Sim Toolkit Pro, see if that works. I tried it earlier. It worked fine. But that worked. So the FCU worked, but
Helsinki traffic, FENIX A320 is lining up and waiting on runway 04 right. Helsinki.
You've got to be kidding me.
Turkish 6 Charlie 0.
yeah, but I think
right.
oh, hold on.
We'll hold short for voice count.
Hold on. The FCU is working again. What's happening? Yeah, it is registering it.
Helsinki traffic on passenger 3526 push and start engine and 150.
All right. By the time we let me just do the pushback now, and then we'll try to get it working. If not, then we'll see what we can do.
Taxi behind the Turkish airline on Zulu Romeo, runway 04 right.
Yeah, FENIX 71 pushing back out of Whiskey 35 onto Alpha Victor facing southwest. Yeah, it's just GSX with the beta at the moment, unfortunately. Right, so let me see why. Why does that not work? Why does that not work? Let me try.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Captain Black Box infotainment experience. New
Hey, 350
subscribers
Smooth,
should
thank you so
press
much for
past
the
first
subscription.
class. Thank you.
Tier 1, thank you so much. Oh, I think I know. Hang on. I think I know what I have to do. Okay.
Scandinavian 41 is lining up runway 08 right after departing Finnair.
Helsinki traffic, FENIX A321 is on the roll, taking off runway 4 right.
I know now. It didn't ask me to match the units. Let me see. Boot? What's boot?
Distance parking brakes.
Helsinki traffic, Finnair for on Yankee, pushing out of stand, Whiskey 44.
Alright, let's set a parking brakes and then just want to have a quick look if I can get it running.
FedEx, Helsinki traffic, FedEx Mike Papa landing up behind departing Scandinavia. Helsinki.
Hello, black box.
Right, let's start engine. Hold on. Well, I'm trying. Hey, Brandon, wie geht's?
Traffic, Scandinavia
Bis gleich.
41, taking off runway 04.
What time is it? Late. Running a little late, I'm afraid, but I'll hurry up.
Helsinki traffic, Finnair 441 is clear of runway 04 right, departing to the north and then the left. Happy landing, Helsinki.
Finnair 17 to the Turk should do the Roma. Do you want to go after the next departing plane?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll land behind.
Why is it not working?
Yeah, I don't mind. You've got a bit of traffic behind you, that's all. Yeah, just to make it safe. Thank you.
Ah!
Helsinki traffic, Scandinavia
I may have
41,
got it working now.
Runway 04 right.
Yes, it's working.
Happy landing.
Yes. Starting engine 2. No, let's wait with the engine. The engine was still running up. Okay, that's weird. Now we've got fuel flow. Now it's starting up. No, it's fine. It was my mistake. Yeah, it's just I had a different livery this afternoon when I
Helsinki traffic, FedEx
got things running.
Runway 04 right.
The weird thing is now the throttle is still working, but not the MCD, the FCU.
Behind the departing FedEx 04 right. Helsinki.
We're gonna de-ice at the apron 8.
Helsinki traffic, Charlie 356, taxi calling from the runway 04 right,
What?
Zulu, 44 Zulu Romeo.
Right, that's clear. Yeah, I think it got. There we go. Let's start engine 2. It's not meant to be that noisy. No, I think it just got confused with the button bindings there.
Helsinki traffic, final 3220, we gonna line up on the runway 04 right after the departure of Turkish 831.
Let's confirm a good engine
Cockpit
start.
to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Good, since we are de-icing the aircraft, of course we are going to do some of the after start flows, but
Unlocking gear.
we're not gonna move the flaps until we have completely de-iced the aircraft. Right, that looks like a good engine start. The only thing I'm worried about. That's all right. Okay, that's fine. Disregard. Set nothing. All right, cool. And also, we don't move any flight controls. Right, so we do not do a flight control check because if there are contaminants, anything frozen, then you could potentially damage the aircraft. So what we're going to do is also we're not going to set the trim, although the trim I think can be set. That's not an issue, but we're not, don't do flight control check, and the rest we'll do that in a minute. Let's see what the checklist says after start. Yeah, anti-ice. We can switch on the engine anti-ice. Ground operations in icing conditions is fine. Pitch trim for takeoff. That's why. The thing is that you can do that, right? So anti-ice set, flight controls to go. Actually, let's reset that. Yeah, what we're going to say is that the anti-ice is on, ground clearance is received, the rest we'll leave open for now. Right, all clear, all clear. Helsinki traffic, Finnair 711 taxiing to the icing area, apron 8 in Helsinki. Right, let's
Finnair 41 Yankee taxiing to Boeing 04 right. Helsinki traffic, Finnair 320, we take course runway 04 right.
Oh. I wish there was a logic where the aircraft would know it's an A350 and then it would just set all the controls accordingly.
Right, and I'll let you let it first before me.
Yeah, correct. Thank you. So we're going to go right and then left again onto Zulu. So look at this now, de-icing. You see, now that I've clicked the menu for GSX, it gives me the option for de-icing, and I'm going to choose 812. Okay. I don't need to follow me. We'll do that on our own. We know where it is. So now we're going to taxi to apron 8. 812 for the icing, and then you'll see that billboard where it gives us the taxi in, it tells us where to stop.
Finnair 177 is departing from 04 right.
Oh, Jesus. Right, 812 is in the middle there. Fantastic. Oh, cool. The declutter switch, hold on. Oh, this one here. Yeah, that's for the HUD, head-up display. Which I'm not sure. Do we have the head-up display? Yeah, we do have a head-up display. So if I press that, you see it declutters. It takes away a lot of info, right? Good, we're gonna look for Victor Sierra. Actually, we'll take Alpha Victor. There we go, Alpha Victor to the left. So the next one to the left. So I have to choose the Navigraph charts to get the taxiway indications on the OIS. Didn't know that. Let's have a look. Can it be changed by engines running? Okay. Alright, let's stuck then. It doesn't matter. We know where we have to go anyway, so. So the good thing is there's nobody else de-icing today. But you can use the leader charts with the Navigraph OS. Yeah, but why is it not... Hang on. How do we do that? So here's 811. And there is 812. Turn in. Okay, we'll have to scan the... Okay, I'll do that in a second. Give me a... Let me just park. Now it should... There we go, look. I was just worried that it wouldn't give us the display, but have a look here. Now that we've turned into the parking... or the de-icing spot. Right, de-ice. And then... we taxi forward on the center line here until we get, now says taxi forward, and it will tell us where to stop. Slow down. Stop here, setting the parking brake. Park brake is on. Good, so now we're gonna do our procedure for the icing. So it says, before fluid spraying, doors check closed.
Helsinki traffic Golf, Sierra Papa Uniform Delta, ILS runway 04 left 10 miles.
Com with ground personnel established. Let's say it's established. Park brake is on. Engine 1 and engine 2 bleeds off. That should have been off anyways. Engine 1, engine 2 bleed off. APU bleed off. APU bleed is off. Ditching push button on. Now, so this is the reason why we turn both of these bleed valves off, right? Because now if we close the ditching, or if we press the ditching push button, it closes all of the vents. So now the moment through the vents and through the cabin pressurization ventilation system, or the valves, it regulates the ground, or the pressure in the aircraft. So now that we're on the ground, the valves are fully open. So we want to prevent the icing fluid coming into the aircraft, right? So that's why you press the ditching push button. So let me find it. Ditching, there it is. So here we go. So covered. So now we're closing the ditching push button. Let's go and have a look at the ECS. Right, conditioning page. Let's have a look. So there we go. See here the valves all closed now. Good. So setting the ditching push button switch to on closes the following: the outflow valves, avionics overheat valve, both pack valves, the cargo isolation valves, pack ram air inlets and outlets, and the emergency ram air inlet. And this prevents icing fluid from entering the aircraft. Max recommended time without air conditioning is 30 minutes. That's a long time. Good. Request fluid spraying then. Alright, so let's go back to ground. Let's go request the ice.
Helsinki traffic, Golf Uniform Delta, confirm your runway.
There we go, now we got
runway 04 left Golf.
the icing trucks coming in. So there we go, the ice is incoming, it says.
Helsinki traffic, Golf Uniform Delta, short, final, runway 04 left.
So now it's going to ask us what fluid we want.
Confirm aircraft is ready for treatment. We begin treatment now and observe fluid type 1. Concentration at 50%. I will call you back when ready.
Helsinki traffic, FENIX 41 Yankee, we will be lining
now
up.
normally it would ask us for the concentration. I'm not sure why it didn't ask us. But yeah, so normally you would go for type 4 as we've discussed at the beginning. And then they would start de-icing. And maybe if... oh, no, so last time it allowed me to choose which fluid. So I'm a bit surprised that it's giving us so yes, now it's supposed to be a clear fluid. I'm sure most of you have seen this sitting in the aircraft.
Helsinki traffic, FENIX 41 Yankee is lining up, runway 04 right.
The pilot had hello to you. Since when? Well, since I've retired. So like almost 3 weeks now. You never seen the icing, okay.
Helsinki traffic, Golf, Sierra Papa, Uniform Delta, clear of runway 04 left.
I didn't, yeah, I don't know. So Andrea, I didn't see any menus. And I don't think it does 2-step. I think GSX just does 1-step. But maybe I just messed up something. Right, so it says de-icing in progress. Avenger. That's true. Have I already started missing flying an airliner? No. If I'm honest, no. Yeah, it's gonna be fine. It doesn't drizzle, so yeah, we should be fine anyways. Yeah, and I tested this afternoon, and this afternoon it allowed me to select fluid type 4. So again, I'm a bit surprised that it doesn't come up now. Yes, inside, of course, in the cabin, it does get warmer and warmer, and that's why it says maximum recommended time without air conditioning is 30 minutes. It does get very warm and kind of, you know, the air gets bad, you know, within like 10-15 minutes. So normally people start complaining quite soon. There we go, so they are finished. Yeah, maybe I
The icing completed. The icing code is fluid type 1. Concentration at 50%. I am disconnecting. Good day.
Now it says de-icing completed. Good. So when fluid spraying completed, ditching push button off. So there we go. Hit the right click spot. There it is. Off. Just checking if there's any. I can see any valves moving here, but obviously here not. But we'll see. All right, let's continue. Outflow valves check open. That's what I wanted to check. So let me try again. conditioning. Maybe it's not simulated the way I expected it to be simulated.
Traffic, Finner 3 Echo Kilo, turning 40 base for ILS 04 left.
Alright, anyways, let's go. So let's say it's been 1 minute after fluid spraying, so then we're going to push engine 1 bleed on, engine 2 bleed on. Then probe and window heat check auto, pitot statics ground crew check. So that's like check for any contaminants. So we've got the clearance from the icing company saying aircraft has been de-iced properly. The cabin is fairly cold, yeah, you're right. Kind of weird. I wouldn't expect, you know, having passengers in the cabin to get it that cold. But anyways. Right, so now we can set the flaps to 1. Pitch trim is already set to takeoff. And then we would do the flight control check. Make sure that's working. Full up. Full down. Back to neutral. Full left.
We have 04
full right. Back to neutral, rudder full left, rudder full right, and back to neutral. So flight control is checked, and that's the after start checklist complete. So now we would check again, make sure it's clear, and here we have the billboard saying exit now. So the de-icing vehicles have been removed. We can taxi forward, contact ground again usually, request taxi clearance. And all clear, so let's go. So just check, here's 4 right, so I'm going to take a left turn. Full length.
Traffic Finner 3 Echo Kilo, touch ILS 04 left, 6 miles.
Taxi checklist. Flap setting config 1+F. Radar. That is under surveillance, isn't it? Radar is on. Ground spoilers, armed auto brake, RTO, and then the takeoff config test. Is done. Let's check. Why is it not working? There we go. Now it's working. All right. So that's the taxi checklist completed. Then let me get that back off. Here we go. Looking good. Let's get TCAS on. So we want to add terrain traffic. Make sure that we have surveillance. TCAS. TARA is on. Page. So he's coming in for 4 left, he said. Helsinki traffic, Finner 711, lining up departing 4 right in Helsinki.
Helsinki traffic, Finner 3 Echo Kilo, shop 1, 04 left.
So he's 4 left. Strobes on. Cabin crew, prepare for departure. To set the camera for the stick.
Helsinki traffic, Golf Sierra Papa Uniform Delta after departing aircraft on 04 right, crossing runway 04 right, Helsinki.
Is that working? No, it's not really zoomed in correctly, but we'll take it. Good. Done everything. Everyone ready? I'm ready. Hope I haven't forgotten anything. Ooh, it's twitchy. Take off. Manflex 62 SAS runway. Auto thrust blue. Thrust sets. Oh, I forgot 100 knots. We should have put the packs to off actually for takeoff.
V1.
Rotate. Pause right. Gear up. Enough. Nice sounds. Thrust D-rate climb. Lights looking beautiful today, I have to say. Now, let me see. Oh yeah, the dome lights. Let's get flaps 0. Speed check, flap 0.
Helsinki traffic goes here, Papa Uniform Delta, clear of runway 04 right.
If there's one thing I really like about the A350, it's the fact that you have these big displays, and especially the EFB right next to the parameter flight display. I think it's a cool feature. I think that's really good. I'm searching for the brightness.
Helsinki traffic FENIX Victor. After the departing component terrain on the
knobs for the PFD. Where are they? Down here?
Traffic center 3 Echo Kilo.
Above the screens?
Going Bravo, going for left.
Oh, these. Oh! Push buttons. Lol. I was searching for the rotary knob. It's push button. Take up Mitchell. Right, Outstar 5000. Yeah, transition altitude is 5,000 feet. So here we go. 5,000 level off. Go. Let's get the autopilot on. And then let's climb 400. Thrust direct climb 40,000. Set standard. Cross check standard. Fantastic. Really? Well, we can change that later, right? Cap Mitchell, yes, me too. Apologies if it's going to be slightly late. Yeah, the explanations regarding de-icing has taken a few minutes, but I'll hurry up. I'm going to fly a bit faster as we enjoy the views here. So slow. Okay, well, we can change that maybe.
Traffic now, 1 Bravo Lima.
Oh, that's nice. Beautiful. Yeah, the lighting has improved in SU4. Very much. Cool. We are on our way. And it's telling us 21:11. We're kind of an hour late. Let's see. Let's go cost next 100, shall we?
Traffic in there, 3 Echo Kilo, crossing runway 04 right.
Let's do 100.
Off standard descent, whiskey 36.
RIP efficiency, yeah. But we saved money with the fluid type 1. So it's going to be offsetting a little bit. Going to fly faster. But for those, I'm not sure if everyone had seen at the beginning. Brennelt, you weren't here at the beginning, right? Brennelt, do you know how much an A380 costs in Munich to de-ice with heavy contamination on it? So let's say there's a lot of snow on the aircraft, so you know the fuselage, wings has to be de-iced, anti-iced. How much do you think it costs? And please, no one spoiler. I guessed something like 10,000, right? Yeah, it's because Brennelt, I remember that there was a discussion where it has like between.
Climb.
Interesting. I have control, but we are climbing. Don't see any traffic though. Traffic is on. That's weird. Is that like a little bug here? Okay, bug decast. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I thought between about around 6,000 euros, right? But hold on to your hat, Brennelt. For an A380, and we've got a list here, Brennelt. So somebody was kind enough to post an official list. So if you don't have any special contracts with that company in Munich, an A380 costs you heavy contamination 87,000 euros. 87,000 euros for one de and anti-icing. Unbelievable. 87. It's listing price, right? Now, obviously, if you de-ice more often,
Helsinki traffic parking 2576 landing at runway 23.
It's saying. Let me see the list. It doesn't say what fluid. I would imagine with the heavy contamination, it's probably going to be the type 4.
Clear of conflict.
Jesus Christ. Thank you. Yes, I would imagine it is type 4. Yeah. Like the most expensive de-ice you can do. Right, I think we're clear of clouds. Let's get that off. Let's get the seatbelts auto. And then yeah, that honestly, here's an aircraft inbound, but that's no factor. Honestly, let's assume that on a 747, on a good routing, let's say to the US, you can potentially make a profit per flight, that is, per flight, between 100 to 200,000 euros. It's very, very volatile, depending on the region and you know, and the routing. But even if you assume, you know, you earn 100,000 on that routing, usually that de-icing kills the profit. And then imagine if you were doing the de-icing even though it's not necessary. So you can see again the responsibility a pilot has, especially a captain has, not only for efficient, you know, flying, safe flying, also these decisions can make a huge difference on whether or not a flight is going to be profitable or not. Unbelievable. Hey, Pineapple Wizard. But still, I mean, if you get a discount, I mean, 50 to 60,000 euros is still unbelievably expensive, in my opinion. Right, coming to Nunto. That is unbelievable.
Helsinki traffic license 2573 departure coming in the green.
Really showing a map. Right, let me quickly scan my QR code here for the OIS. Gonna put you on a pause screen just a few seconds. Options. Refresh code. Navigraph. Approve. Allow. There we go. So now that should be okay for the taxi later. Yeah, so Shattermatch, I fully agree. It's you know, if you as a commander you decide, you know, that an aircraft has to be de-iced, you're gonna have it sprayed, no doubt. But again, I mean, you're still gonna, you know, make that decision carefully, right? You're not gonna make it just out of, you know, out of the blue and say, "Oh, haven't really looked at the aircraft. Yeah, let's just de-ice. Let's go Type 4," right? Because I've shown at the beginning the differences in, you know, holdover times, what fluid, etc. So, you know, you would then have a look into the conditions, how much holdover time you need, and then go with, you know, either Type 1, Type 2, or Type 4 fluid, right? So, and that can make a huge difference in the costs. Hey, Jack. Yeah, also, now, there was an interesting study being done by a university in Helsinki. They made a huge testing apparatus with a wing foil and were able to simulate different frost levels on the wing and then determine how much that decreases the lift in different angle of attack situations, right? Then they did the same with de-icing fluid. And so the truth is that while in theory, as you take off, the de-icing fluid slowly is being blown off the aircraft. The truth is that if you watch that, you know, if you've been in an aircraft that has been de-iced, especially with Type 4, and you take off, certain parts of the wing will still have some fluid on it, right? It does not completely flow off, so the wing isn't completely clean. Now that's been accounted for, so it's not dangerous or anything, but that study found out that a light frost contamination on the wings has the same decrease in lift compared to a de-iced wing or anti-iced wing. So I remember the discussion that we had at our company at some point where the argument was, well, if it's only you know, a light hoarfrost level on the wings, well, then we may as well take off with it. If there's no other contamination, hey Tommy, if there's no other precipitation, anything that's risking, you know, getting more icing, well then why de-ice the aircraft, right? Costs money and it doesn't improve anything. The problem is though that the pilots and literally no one else, I mean, how would you measure how much or how many millimeters of frost you have on the wing? And then how many...
Adjust vertical speed. Adjust.
Jesus Christ. You know,
descend. 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 Crossing. Descend. Descend. Crossing. Descend.
Right. I mean, there's an aircraft ahead of us at 30 miles. Oh, sorry, 20 miles. Same direction. Absolutely no risk. So let me have a look here at surveillance.
You've got to be kidding me.
Let me... Right. I'm going to put TA only, okay? That way we don't get any nuisance warnings. Right. Dot wallop. Yeah, exactly. Dot wallop everybody. No, that's fine. We'll just put it on TA only. Right. Yeah, so... 2010. I was beginning to tell you guys story 2010. That winter in Germany, or Europe, let's say, So I was a captain. I was a very young captain. I'd been working on the 737 as a captain for 3 years up to that point. And of course, I mean, you know, I've had the previous winters I had to de-ice the aircraft as well. So I was, and I did my due diligence in preparing again. So every year I said, you know, in October we have a new computer-based training program that we had to do and finish before end of October. Do a little test, make sure that you've understood everything. So, you know, it's a big topic, important topic, especially regarding safety. And so, you know, you would do that and prepare, right? So 2010, I felt very prepared. And then I remember that already at this time, so like 20th to 25th of November, winter broke in. It was like we already got snow. Now, it surprised everyone. It was like, I mean, Frankfurt, the chaos was unbelievable. I mean, there were days where you couldn't request the icing. So they used to have, not via ACARS, they would do that via a VHF frequency. You couldn't get in. There was discussions going on. You know, pilots were letting out their frustrations at kindergarten level. It was so embarrassing to witness what was going on there. And it was just pure chaos. Nobody knew when they were going to be de-iced, like VATSIM. Yeah, exactly right. So it was terrible. So, you know, it was delays. You couldn't tell the passengers anything really. So I made my announcements, and I said, dude, I've got to just ask for your patience. I have absolutely no idea when we're going to get de-icing. So I'm absolutely honest with you now. But I'm going to keep you posted. I'll make regular or regularly my announcements, and you know, keep you posted. But you're going to be patient. You're going to have to be patient, right? Let me go with climb thrust now. Thrust climb, so that we get up to level 400. It's now struggling. Yeah, and it was just so chaotic. I mean, that was one area, one part. But then things started getting interesting because, I mean, so all the ground de-icing, anti-icing, well, there's procedures, right? Takeoff performance, you've got your calculator. You've got your reports, runway condition reports, let's say wet snow, 7 millimeters. You would put that into the performance calculator to get your performance values. It's going to be TOGA anyways, right? So if you have contamination on the runway, it's TOGA. And so you've got ample performance. So it's actually more a stopping issue, right? Not the lift-off issue, it's more a stopping issue on the runway if you have contamination. That's the more limiting factor in those cases. But anyways, I mean, we could take off, all good. But the interesting part was always the landing. Especially at airports that had shorter runways. So a good example would be Bremen, 2,000 meters, right? And then things start getting interesting because let's say they're reporting, and back then they did actually measure the friction coefficients, right? So they had a car, little extra tire beneath it, and they would drive a certain speed, get that tire out onto that tarmac, and then measure the braking coefficient, right? The problem though is that, especially when you have heavy precipitation rates, the conditions change so quickly that by the time they measured it, it would have been obsolete because, you know, things have changed, right? So now it's more like they look at the contaminants, measure the depth, give you, you know, certain areas, first part, mid part, end part, whatever, or however many parts they would measure, and then give you reports on that. And then you would take the worst report in your landing distance requirement and then make your calculations. Now, it's all good in theory, right? But the question is, when you touch down, is it actually going to be exactly as you have calculated, you know, or have things changed? So back then, 2010, I've witnessed situations where, as an example, there was an airport reporting braking coefficients. And because we were monitoring all of the ATIS, so every 30 minutes when a new ATIS came out, we checked again the braking coefficients because we knew it was still snowing. So we were trying to make, figure out, can we still land, right? And after the third ATIS, and it didn't give a time stamp on when they did the measurements, which is kind of silly as well, right? And then I became skeptical because all the measurements were always the same, but it was still coming in with moderate snowfall. And I was like, that can't be right. Something's wrong. So we did a calculation with medium poor, right? So pretty much worst conditions we could do. And then I came to the tower frequency, and then I asked the tower, when were those measurements taken? And the reply was like 3 hours ago. And I was like, guys, that it doesn't make sense that you report braking coefficients that were 3 hours old while it's continuously snowing, and maybe you've done some snow clearing, but it doesn't make sense. Rather just take it out and then have pilots report the braking coefficients. So if it's an airport where you have regular landings, pilot can report on the braking actions. Yes, obviously it's a very subjective kind of situation then, but I would rather trust a pilot that's just landed with an A320 ahead of me, telling me that his auto brake medium landing was good, right? Deceleration was good. I can take that value at at more value than a written report that was measured 3 or 4 hours ago. It doesn't make sense, right? So, yeah. Then I've had situations where a report was braking coefficient medium. That was in Budapest. It was still snowing in the evening. A Ryanair aircraft was landing ahead of us. Sorry, it's Ryanair. I'm not bashing Ryanair, but it was a Ryanair aircraft, right? And so in Budapest, on the left runway, I think it's 31 left, it has a taxiway around, well, maybe midpoint to the right, which then saves a lot of time because you can go right off and then to the apron fairly quickly. If you missed that one, you would either have to do a backtrack or vacate right at the end. It's a long runway, and then taxi all the way back over the cargo apron, cross the runway again, so long taxi time. Now, Ryanair, they landed in these conditions. We were behind them. It was snowing like crazy, and then long day, typical, right? Long day. Vienna was closed. Munich was closed. I don't remember what alternate we had. Faraway alternate. And then we even calculated with braking coefficient medium poor, which took up literally all of the runway in that scenario. So I briefed, we're going to touch down without much flare, get the wheels onto the ground, get the nose gear down. I'll do max manual braking, full reverse, and then we monitor the braking force. But my co-pilot, he was very up, kind of up to speed, and he was listening in, and he said, at some point he said, that Ryanair's, he touched down ages ago. I'm not sure where he is. And I said, well, ask the tower. So we said, okay, what's the position of the Ryanair? And the tower goes, Ryanair, what's your position? The tower couldn't see. It was snowing so heavily, he couldn't see the runway. So the Ryanair was like, yeah, we are backtracking. It's pretty slippery, so we can't taxi very fast. And next thing we hear, oh, Lufthansa, go around. Right. And I was like, seriously? So he landed. It was slippery, so he couldn't get the right turn off the taxiway. So he did a backtrack without asking, without doing anything, just keeping quiet, right? Yeah, easy. Okay, have a good one. Thanks. And again, thanks for all the inputs. Yeah, so we did go around. We had the fuel for the second approach, right? No problem. And then second approach, I asked the tower. I said, okay, so do you have an accurate or a new runway report? And he said negative. I said, well, can you get one, please? And he said, well, that will take about 20 minutes. So I say, well, don't care. Get a new report. I'm skeptical. So they came back and they said, yeah, runway condition such and such, braking coefficient medium. And I said, okay, medium, all right. So we did the approach then. There was a slight delay, obviously, but we had the fuel, no problem. Came down, touchdown. Literally no flare, touchdown, nice. In the touchdown zone. Reverse is open. So here, speed brakes, reverse are green. No decel. And I say, yeah, I'm already manual braking. And then I felt, as soon as I took manual brakes, the anti-skid was on immediately. There was no braking force available through the brakes. And so this is actually one of those cases where all of the deceleration now comes from the speed brakes. So the aerodynamic braking from the speed brakes and the reverser. I had full reverse shortly after touchdown. Speed brakes were up, max manual braking, but I could feel you get the feedback through the pedals that the anti-skid is on. And I was trying to keep, center line. I was looking outside, and then I glanced down at the speed, and my approach speed, touchdown speed was maybe 125 or something, or 130, right? And we were like, it felt like already ages, and we're still doing 100 knots. And the deceleration error, I've never seen a deceleration error that small. It was like, I was like, oh my god. And then of course, as you get slower and slower, the effectiveness of the speed brakes and the reverser gets lower, right? So, then 80 knots, 70 knots, 60 knots, and then suddenly the center lights started changing from white to alternating white and red. So we were within the last 300 meters, within the last 1,000 feet of the runway, and I was getting worried at that point. Brown alert! Yeah, at that point I was getting worried because I thought, well, we don't have that much space available, and we're still doing, I don't know, we were doing like 50 or 40 knots at that point. And then, luckily, I could feel the brakes suddenly kicking in. So we started to get grip. And no joke, I was still full reverse at that point. Full reverse, and we made it off the last taxiway. But that was like literally, within the last meters, right? And I was sweating. I was seriously sweating at that point because I thought, that's it. This is the moment where I'm going to be in the newspapers, right? Aircraft overran the runway at Budapest. So we taxied towards the cargo apron, and then had to stop because there was an A300 making from DHL doing a pushback. So, I stopped the aircraft, put the parking brake on, and then I reached down to get the headset to make an announcement to the passengers, tell them that we haven't reached the parking spot yet, that they should remain seated. And then my first officer said, Captain, careful, the aircraft is moving. And I was like, you what? And the aircraft, with parking brake set, was starting to move. It was that slippery on the apron. So, I mean, I was getting furious at that point, right? Lots of adrenaline, and I just shouted at the tower. I said, guys, you've got to stop this, right? If you have any aircraft inbound, this is, braking coefficient is poor. It is absolutely poor. Even the aprons, it's poor. So, there was I think it was a Germanwings in the approach, and I heard them, and I said in German, seriously consider your decision to land, because I'm telling you, the braking coefficient is piss poor. It is really, really poor. We just luckily made it off the end, right? So he went around, And the tower then closed the runway. Now, luckily, they were already finishing clearing the right runway, so the Germans could then do the approach to the right runway. But that was wow, that was such a a scary moment that I thought, man, yeah, of course, safety report filed, but I mean, nobody says nobody was at fault. They said they made their measurements were correct. We said we made our landing correct, didn't flare long, touchdown, full reverse, maximum braking. We did nothing wrong. So it's just, you have to realize that all these calculations in wintertime, they are, or the critical thing is that all of these margins are very, very tight. There are lots of margins on it, but if you look at your landing calculator, let's see if how this one works here. See if it gives us the option. So let's do that, sync the weather. Now, if we did this with a landing technique, let's do manual landing, but let's do medium auto brake reverser. No. Config full. Dry runway. Computer. 27755. Okay.
Lufthansa 854 approved, report back. Roger.
Is it Malmö or Sweden? Sweden control, we're getting from Finnair 711 heavy level 400.
Finnair 711, Sweden control, good evening, squawk 1747.
1747, coming down, Finnair 711.
Whaling 70 Alpha.
So let's do 1747.
Yeah, Whaling 70 Alpha, go ahead.
Enter.
Whaling 70 Alpha Echo, call opening and control 127.865, bye-bye.
127.865, thank you so much, have a great night. Whaling 70 Alpha Echo.
You too, bye-bye.
That's Edward the pilot, really? Cool. Right, that means we can try to get on...
Scandinavian 127, Sweden control, good evening, identified, climb flight level 410. Flight level 410,
Let's do Echo Sierra Mark 9.
Finnair 8, Papa Yankee, Sweden control, good evening, identified.
Let's try that. Okay, so you can see now it tells us that we have affected landing distance. That's 15% on top of the normal landing distance, right? So this landing distance is done in the following way: dry runway. You have test pilots. They have the newest brakes. They have perfect tires. They get several approaches, and then the best from each section they'll take. So they have normally, like, let's say they have 800 meters, 900 meters. Then you get 66% on top. That's our landing distance, right? So that we work with. Now, in everyday operations,
4568,
in everyday operations, we add 15%. So that's...
Yeah, seems like you reconnected or something. You are with the next sector now, so
there we go.
all
So that has worked.
765.
ADSC connection, nice. No, the published landing distance with dry and wet runway is measured. The contamination is then calculated. Right? Yeah, telephone. Now, good question now is, if we have a dry runway, medium auto brake, does reverse make any difference?
5219, call Sweden control 134.980, bye-bye.
134.980.
And the answer is no. Why? Because
Bye-bye.
the auto brake setting
Had one uniform hotel, same for you, for lower, call speed
gives you a...
134.980, bye-bye.
Let me just change the...
134.980,
changes the deceleration rate. So it's a measured deceleration rate.
Lufthansa 854, thank you, welcome back.
So if you add reverse thrust,
7 Mike Papa, descend flight level 29.
it will just brake less at the wheels. So you're saving some energy going into the wheel brakes, right? But the landing distance is still the same because it is on a fixed deceleration rate. Exactly. Now this changes if you start having contamination. So wet runway, still the same, I would imagine. It's slightly different. So right now already you can see that it has an effect, according to the calculator here, on the landing distance. Now, where it becomes interesting is things like wet snow. Right, so look at this, no reverser, wet snow.
177, reduced
it gives us 2,100 meters, okay?
With some holdings around Arnold, so
now, if I do reverse,
reduce the time in holding, reduce minimum.
Look at this, it has an effect now, right?
Finnair 7 Lima Tango, same for you, reduce minimum clean speed.
Well, that's hopefully into Copenhagen, right? And not Düsseldorf.
With our 02
now, it's going to get worse. Ice. Have a look here now. Ice. No reverse. Look at this. 3,200 meters. Now, if I add reverse...
Standard QNH, my radar indicates
well, that's a bit too much. Honestly, I don't think that's realistic. So you just have to realize that if it's really slippery on the ground, the brakes themselves and the tires, they don't have enough grip to really brake, right? So all of the deceleration comes from the speed brakes and the reverser.
131.280 now for Finnair 441. Thanks. Have a good week.
You too. Bye.
Well, yeah, that's, you know, it becomes very academic at this point. However, now, here's the thing that's really interesting when you're actually flying IRL, and that is,
Lufthansa 851.
if you have, let's say, a dry or wet runway, and you do your calculations, and you actually land, you know, fairly soon, so you don't flare long, and you know, you start braking as you should, then the actual landing distance will be less than what you have calculated. Alright, so there's always a bit of buffer in that. Okay? So, but then it becomes different, of course, when you get these very slippery runways, right? With, you know, be it a very thick layer of wet snow, for example, then conditions are such that actually the only braking force you're getting is through the reverser and the spoilers.
Finnair 711, you are identified.
Finnair 711, heavy, thank you. So then we pilots are not used to that, because like 99.9% of all times we land where the brakes are very efficient and you get, you know, a good deceleration force through the brakes. But then suddenly, you know, if you work out you need 2,500 meters and you land in these conditions, and the conditions are actually exactly as you've calculated, you're going to need pretty much those 2,500 meters. And that is just so weird because we're not used to that. But also you have to realize that the margin you have, simply because you do not have the luxury of using your normal brakes, so the margin becomes a lot less compared to other runway conditions. So yeah, that winter we were so often not just delayed, you know, the passengers were in a bad mood, obviously.
Correct,
We had very long duty days because of that. It was very demanding. It was very demanding. And, but as time went on, somewhere at the 10th of December, I think I had duty until the 13th of December, and then I was off on 3 weeks holiday. And I remember that we had, on the last day I was working, we were in Budapest again. That was late shift, first flight, like 3 in the afternoon. Okay, we're supposed to go to Frankfurt and then do 2 more sectors and then finish. We got to the aircraft and we got slot time 9 hours later. 9 hours. Weather conditions in Frankfurt were not that bad. It was still snowing a bit, but it was moving off, and then the forecast was for clear skies in Frankfurt. 9 hours slot delay. So I called my company. I said, hey guys, not funny, right? We're here with passengers on board. We just got slot time 9 hours. What's going on? And they say, well, Frankfurt Airport has closed acceptance for all inbound aircraft that are not airborne yet. Reason being is they've run out of de-icing fluid, so aircraft can't depart because they need to de-ice. They can't depart because there's no more fluid, and so they've run out of parking spaces. So, and I said, well, how likely? No. Well, I mean, I get paid, like, I have a standard pay, which is equal to 75 hours block time hours per month, right? But I get paid for the block time. I don't get paid for sitting around, right? So I'm sort of sure of a certain minimum amount of wage, yes, but I'm only getting paid for block time, right? But anyways, so I'm sitting around, and I talked to the passenger. Said, look, so I remember that very clearly. I stood in the cabin. Stood in the cabin, made my announcement. I said, my dear passengers, these are the facts. I cannot guarantee you that we are going to be airborne today. Right, and I told him exactly what's going on in Frankfurt. So I said, it's up to you. Hey, FENIX, it's up to you if you want to stay here. The problem is that I cannot let you out of the aircraft. Let's say you can wander around, you know, get to a cafe in the airport or something, have a coffee, because we've sent a ready message. And it can happen that you get a message saying you can depart in the next 10 minutes. So you could get swapped for someone else, right? I've had that happen. Now, of course, if the passengers are all over the place in the airport, then you can't make that time, right? So I said, you've got 2 options. Either stay with us with the uncertainty that you can't, you know, nobody's guaranteeing you that we're going to be departing today, or you can deboard now, pick up your luggage, and then try taking a train or something, or flight tomorrow. I don't know, but today, you know, no guarantee. So most passengers actually deboarded. I think we only had like 20 passengers left. So we waited and waited, and then it was like 7. I think it was 7 o'clock in the evening. We suddenly got a message, cleared startup. And we were like, yes! So, hooked up the aircraft, right? We didn't have to de-ice, luckily, so we hooked up, pushed back, departed. We were high speed. There was literally nobody in the approach in Frankfurt. High speed, direct final, landed, taxied off the runway. Yeah, with 20 passengers. We taxied off the runway, We got to the apron controller. The apron controller told us the following. Welcome to Frankfurt. You can stop right there. You can shut down your engines. We have no parking spot for you. So stand by. But it could take a while. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. This is just a bad joke. Honestly, this is exactly what happened, guys. So, can you imagine? I was sitting there thinking, how on earth? And I'm going to tell the passengers now. Like, what am I going to tell them? Exactly. I was desperate. Yeah, deploy the slides. I was desperate. I was like, I was, you know, in my mind, I was panicking because I thought, okay, that's it. They're gonna lynch us now, right? So I made my announcement. Well, no, the thing is, well, we've thought about that, but believe it or not, the controllers didn't know if that was insured. So they were thinking, on a taxiway, are you allowed to do normal deboarding? You know, what if something happens? Right? There was nobody there to make the decision to allow that. So we luckily, about half an hour later, we got the call saying that they're moving an aircraft into a maintenance hangar and we can get that parking spot. I'm on Sweden, 127755. So we called a pushback truck and he towed us into that parking spot and then we could deboard. Right. So no joke. So that was it for me. I got into the base. Now all flights were cancelled, so I couldn't get to Bremen by plane. So I booked a ticket with the Deutsche Bahn. Now luckily I took off my uniform. I made sure that anything that was visible that relates me to my airline or my job was hidden. And then I went to the train station at the airport. Now, luckily, I avoided the terminal. Pure chaos. You cannot believe it. It was just pure chaos. Got to the train station. Pure chaos. Millions of people there. I had a hard time getting to my train. Now it wasn't delayed by much. I think it was an hour late maybe or something, but I was happy. So I got on. It must have been like 10 or so, 10 or half past 10 in the evening. And then I arrived in Bremen in the morning at 7, I think. But I was happy. You know, my wife picked me up from the train station in Bremen. We got home. And I knew that I had 3 weeks off. I was the happiest person ever, right? So then at home, every day, literally every day, I had to clear my house and my driveway from snow. It was snowing every day. I've never seen so much. And actually 2 days we actually snowed in, which hasn't happened since then. So that was 2010, one of the craziest winters I've ever yes, it was I've ever witnessed. And I thought, good God, if that continues like that. Now I've had, I'm not going to tell that story because that is quite sensitive. But I've had another very, very bad experience in Leipzig where we almost had an accident again because of an iced up taxiway that wasn't reported to us. But we just barely made it to stay on the taxiway. But yeah, that was a
024 whiskey, roger,
that was a safety report again that I had to do, and that actually made some big waves. So, but yeah, it was, I don't know, it was a tense time, a very tense winter. So that's when I kind of learned the hard way that yeah, winter operation, you've got to be careful. You have to be really careful with that. Because Skyhawk Pilot, because trust me, you would get, you could potentially get beaten up. There were situations where people in uniform were beaten up by passengers. I'm not joking. There were scenes in Frankfurt, and I'm not making this up, this was in newspapers as well. There were passengers that ripped off computer monitors at the gates and threw them at the staff at the gate. They had to call police to escort staff in uniform to and from the gates in Frankfurt. Not making this up. This is how bad it was. So
Roger, with 9 Foxtrot, fly direct.
Yeah, that's why that was a pure safety measure to take off the uniform. Yeah, I remember that our CEO made a newspaper announcement condemning that behavior by passengers. And standing behind the employees saying, you know, it's not their fault. Whatever's happening is just, you know, due to weather and it's just, you know, it's just not acceptable. And that they would take all legal measures against these passengers. But yeah, what a winter! What a winter! I mean. Yeah, it's sad sometimes. Now, again, I have understanding, you know, I have sympathy for passengers that have to endure a lot of stuff, right, with delays and so on. But again, I mean, blaming it on people that are clearly not responsible for that, and even getting physical against people that are obviously not responsible for that, is just an absolute no-go. Right. And if anything like that happens, so if I witnessed anything, any passenger coming on board in such an aggressive mood, out they go. They would be offloaded immediately. So normally I'm always for giving people a second chance, but in these conditions, out they go. It's just Ali, really? You work at a hospital and you've seen patients smash monitors? Yeah. It's sad sometimes, yes. Is there something? Oh, sorry, the Kai Katani, hello. Is there something like V1 on landing? Especially if the brake conditions are worse than expected, or if you have no. So following procedure is set. So when you land, you can go around at any time, even after touchdown. However, if you have physically unlatched the reverser, it doesn't matter if they've opened or not. If you have physically used your thrust levers or whatever means you have to command thrust reverse, that's it. You cannot go around under any circumstance. So we don't have a V1 speed or anything like that. It is a physical movement of the thrust reverser levers. At that point, that's it. You're committed to land. Regarding the speed, obviously, so, you know, sometimes you see, even on the YouTube videos, you see pilots, you know, being above the commanded speed. and you're like, oh, that, you know, he's touched down 10 knots fast or something. Well, yeah, okay, it's not pretty, right? But whatever the SOPs command as being your maximum allowable deviation from the approach speed, and you have calculated, and that's the thing, right? So if you have calculated, so let's say we have a V1 speed today of, actually here, maybe this, if I add 10 knots, there we go. So if I add 10 knots to my normal approach speed, right, and calculate the distance and say, okay, that's still got enough margin, and then I touch down with 10 knots fast, that's perfectly fine, right? So that's not a problem. Again, whatever the SOPs allow you to have as your maximum speed above your approach speed. As long as you've made sure that you've calculated that you have enough margin, or that you can land given the available landing distance, right? Can you abort a go-around if you are still stuck on the runway? What do you mean, Airbus? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Yes, I will be testing at the flat factor freighter, yes. Yeah, I think it comes out Wednesday, correct? So there may be a stream on Wednesday. If it comes out in time and I have time to install it, then we may try it on Wednesday, yeah. Right, so time... Yeah, we're expediting. Apologies for being late. Dominic, yeah, it's going to be more like 21 UTC. Apologies. Now, if you want, Brenold, if you want... Because the thing is this, guys, so I'm on the beta version, and the problem is that 2024 beta, you guys will not see me anyways, okay? So if you want to depart now at 9 local, go ahead. Right, don't worry about me. Like if you like either 5 or 6 people already there, just fly the routing. Aki, hello.
With Air 173 when ready to sample out of 270 now. When ready to 70.
Yeah, Skyhawk, I mean, that's hopefully sometime in the future it'll get better. Ghost asked de-icing with just water, also a possibility. That, no. So there will always be some sort of de-icing chemical in that. I mean, I'm not sure about small aircraft. You know, if they take very hot water. But honestly, no. Any corporate or commercial, you would not just use water. No, you always have always some sort of de-icing fluid in that. So imagine a bounced landing procedure, no reverser unlocked. You hit toga but lose an engine. I think we're talking about different things, Airbus. So remember the incident? Was it TAP or Iberia at Copenhagen, A320, where they did a go around. However, the pilot flying had already unlocked a reverser. And then they went around, it was TAP. And the problem is that the reverser actually opened and didn't close again. So it remained, the blocker doors I think were still opened, right? And that almost caused them to crash. And so again, it was, they changed the software as well, but there was another clear statement saying that if you have physically touched the reverser levers, even if the reverser haven't opened at that point, do not go around. Right. Now, if you have a bounced landing, okay, so if you bounce on the landing, then by design, you should not be able to unlock the reverser. Right. So then, if you then hit toga, so then you gotta get your fingers off the levers and then just hit toga, right? But again, if you feel the unlock of the reversal levers the moment you've done that. And again, the other way around, if you have unlocked a reverser, you cannot move the thrust lever forward unless you get it locked down again, right? So, but the thing is this, whenever you touch the reverser lever, so whenever you've already had the feeling that you are unlocking it, that's it. You have to stay on the ground. And the bounced landing, you should always go around. Even if you lose an engine. If that's your question, Airbus. We've seen so many tail strikes because pilots try to recover a bounced landing. Here's a little psychology behind it. How would you react? So imagine you slam down, you bounce, you feel that you're going airborne again. What are you trying to do the next time? For the second touchdown.
Yeah, good news for you. You're the lucky one. You will be rebooted.
You're going to try everything possible to make sure the second touchdown is going to be smooth. So what do? You're going to pull on a stick or on the yoke like crazy to make sure that you don't touch down hard again. And that is exactly why you have these tail strikes. So there's a clear recommendation: bounced landing, go around. Keep the pitch at 7 degrees. Whatever it takes to slowly lift off again, and then once you feel and can assure that you got a positive climb again, you're away from the ground, then you go into the go-around procedure. Brent's going to wait for me. That's really nice. Thank you so much. And again, apologies for being late. I would imagine so, that you get a warning, yeah. Brake to vacate not being achievable. I've never flown an aircraft that has brake to vacate, so I don't know what warning you would get. That would be a good question for Riva, because he's rated on the 350. You heard, Dominic, you heard it's a mistake that happens once a month despite all the training. Wow, that's bad.
Finner 8 Papa Yankee, thank you. Welcome back.
That is pretty bad.
Lufthansa 854, leading by
what do you think of the FSLabs? In principle, I like the aircraft. I like the features that it offers. The only issue I have at the moment is the pitch and power values. I don't know what it is on final. And I think it's a Neo, sorry, for the Neo. It just doesn't feel right. It just feels too high. It just, I don't know, is there something... And then you change the pitch ever so slightly, and then the descent rate goes like crazy down suddenly. So it's hard to control. And I've flown the real 320 on Neo, so I know how it flies, and that puts me off. So that's why at the moment I'm still waiting for an update. That's correct, Air Hunter. You are correct. On the 737. Below 10 feet RA, you can unlock the reverser. AFM, correct. There's even a video recording of that on YouTube.
With 1736, same for you. Call Warsaw radar 125, let's move 45.
The displays? Oh, the cities. Sorry, the cities. Hang on, let me go outside. Oh, landing lights. Lol. Huh? Shouldn't there be a queue here? Oh, I'm on the ATC page. Hang on. How do I get back to? Huh? Let's see.
White Star 705, leading my airspace, no further rates available.
So there's no,
there's no. So monitor 122, that's right. Bye bye.
Reminder there. Not sure if that was for us.
control to both ends, Scandinavian 128, nothing, flight level 255.
Scandinavian 128, Sweden control, good.
Let me just see, I'm not sure if he called us just then.
For continuous climb, turn left by 10 degrees.
Left by 10, Scandinavian 128.
Scandinavian 128, when established on the heading, climb flight level 3, please, you know.
Established on the heading, climb 3, please, Scandinavian 128.
Big control, good evening, regional 128, passing level 684180.
First, Finnair 41, Yankee, call Copenhagen control, 135.29.
Yeah, call me again if it's called. Right, where was I?
13529, Finnair 41, Yankee. And other station calling, confirm wind well 138.
So what's the worst thing that can happen if go around after opening
Wind
reverser?
138,
Yeah.
control, good evening, identified, climb flight level 2.
So, for example, in the tap situation, they couldn't move the thrust lever forward. And then the reverser buckets were open as well, so causing a lot of drag, right? So they had literally worse than an engine failure. So not only did they have no thrust from the engine, but also more drag because of the open reversers. Air News Germany had that has made a video on that tab. Yeah, have a look.
Finnair 8 Romeo, kilo go.
You're back home, easy, nice. Who paid for the icing bill?
Negative free speed.
It's still up for
and,
grabs.
now call 134.9
Easy. Let me know if you want to pay for it. Yeah, kind of. We had a shared cockpit 2 days ago, but the video is only on Twitch. It's not on YouTube, unfortunately, because it didn't save properly. And I am planning to do one with Sven, and then there's maybe a chance in December that Tony, Sven, and myself will do a shared flight together. Yeah. Hey, Ed Force 5, treating us nice, so no, so far all good. It's still twitchy on the ground, so the rudder pedals still very twitchy. But I guess you could dial that down a bit if you wanted to. Oh, I've flown many times in and out of Manchester, many times on the 737 and on the A320 series. Yeah, lots of times. And a very challenging airport if it's windy in Manchester. No problem, okay. Goal for Germany, what? They're playing football? I didn't even know they played football today. So, Mark, the weird thing is on VATSIM radar, why don't I have any... oh, now weapons. Okay, now we have some. All right, there we go. So try find my aircraft.
With our 9er Foxtrot, when ready, descend flight level 270. When ready, 270.
Oh, they're flying holding towards Copenhagen. So we're right over Copenhagen now.
November 728, Quebec, Lima, Sweden control, good evening, I identify.
I don't see my aircraft. The data is working, right? Yeah, yes. That's strange. Alright. Oh, there we go. We have a message. Contact Wilco 3529. Send 3529.
Identified clear to 223 charging for 2 to left. Enter hold over Lugan as published.
Good that we're not flying to Copenhagen tonight. Although Düsseldorf has an event as well, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Düsseldorf is better. We shall see. So that was 3529. There we go, Copenhagen. Should also have CP DLC. Copenhagen, good evening from Finnair 711 Heavy, level 400.
Finnair 711 Heavy, Copenhagen, hello, identified.
Wonderful. Let's have a look here for connections. Let's go ATC menu. Oh, we've got to be patient, right? Remember, it takes a few minutes. So let's not touch that for now. Let's see if the auto transfer happens after a few minutes. Cannon Plug, thank you so much. Right, there was a question. Dominic is joining group flight Turbine Luke. Nice. No, oh, sorry, no, it was. I've not tried the mod regarding flight controls. No. Ghost, yeah, tried. Now the thing was, it was okay. I would say that you know, there were some things that didn't synchronize properly. I didn't mind that much, so it was okay as an experience to do shared flight. But yeah, whenever it's, you know, possible, I'd prefer to do the shared flight in X-plane. But yeah, I mean, in the FENIX, let's say, in the FENIX, I would try again. Get a swing in Düsseldorf? I don't think so. If they're busy.
Lufthansa 571 Copenhagen, hello, climb level 3.
Echo Kilo Uniform Charlie, thank you.
Winner 41 Yankee, disregard.
Hey, Pete, wie geht's? You still on holiday, Pete? And MAN, wie geht's dir? Schön, dich zu sehen. Oh, Finnair was the first airline to operate the A350. Really? Oh, so it's not really that unusual. I thought like people are going to complain about me.
Copenhagen Control, hello. Holsten 2,
yeah, the lights are a little bit blurry, I agree. So the ground lights, but not that bad. Not that bad.
Wings 92460, descent level 290.
Swings are SOP now? Really? It's something new. Okay, well, thanks for telling me.
Wings 92460, descent
Right,
level
current
290.
unit. So we are logged on. Yeah, RBMR. Yeah, the SID lights are a little bit blurry, yeah, but not... They are, but not badly. Yeah, I can see that here, for example. A little bit blurry, but... I have a feeling it's always been like that, right? Hey, Mika, greetings to Finland. Are there cabin lights? Hang on. Hold on. Ooh, you're right, it's dark. Blimey. Hold on. I'm sure there's a setting somewhere.
Level 330.
Hang on, give me a second.
Bearings 92460, descent level 270.
So let's have a look at CIDS menu. Oh, it doesn't work. It's on purpose. Is there something in here, guys? Anybody knows? Do we have the option here to click? Oh, click on the display. Really? Hang on. Sorry. You have to click on the screen. Yeah, silly me. It's touchscreen.
Bearings 92460, descent level 260. Descent level 260, bearings 92.
It is touchscreen. For those that didn't know, it's oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. Night mode. There we go. Right. So it is yeah, they do work. They do work, as you see. There you go. Yeah, I know, a 50 plus generation. I look for buttons. Flashbang. It felt like that, honestly.
Canadian 031, descent flight level 190.
Well, yeah, that was. Oh, Heinrich. A very, very, very good topic, Heinrich. Now, back when I started, sunscreen wasn't much of a topic in the flight deck, because back then it was said that the glass is so thick that it would
During 90246, descent level 230.
It would, hey Hilo, it would not, let through many UV rays. So that's, it wouldn't really harm you.
908, descent level 314.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, look at the lights. Ceiling lights. Nice. That's pretty. Pete, you have to go back Thursday. Off to Sofia. Nice. Okay, cool. Polyglot. So Pete, no, but maybe I'll see him on this week. There's a retirement dinner that I'm attending as well with my wife. So maybe I'll see him there. I'll let you know on Saturday.
Your wings 29 Zulu, Copenhagen Control. Hello, on one flight level 120, climbing 190.
Yeah, so exactly, the suntan, right? So I hated the long-sleeved shirts. So I've always had short-sleeved shirts. So just like now, right? And where's my... There. So just like now, my lower arm would be unprotected. So about 4 years ago, I had my first scare where so I go to screening every year to my dermatologist, and so every year I have a screening for cancer. And 4 years ago, it was the first time he said, "Oh, there's a spot on your forearm we have to take out because potentially it could be white cancer." So yeah, they cut out quite a huge chunk of skin. Still got a nice scar. Luckily it wasn't. So luckily it wasn't white skin cancer. But it is a topic. It's definitely a topic. But nowadays, literally all new aircraft, they have a windshield that blocks out the harmful UV rays. So something has changed in that regard. Oh, World Cup incoming. They're playing that good. Wow. Respect. Refraction properties. Wow, that's a very technical term, but yeah. Ja, that's the topic. Thomas, Dankeschön. Ich bedanke mich. Schön, dass dir gefällt. Oh, that's a very good question. Do the toilets... Oh, hang on. Contact Maastricht. Look at... I got some work to do before we test the flush. Sorry. 13645. Oh, sorry, 136465. Yep. Maastricht, Dublin, Finnair 711 Heavy, flight level 400.
711 Maastricht, hello, identify, direct Dino.
Direct to Dino, Dankeschön, Finnair 711 Heavy. So this time, look at this. So this time it did automatically do the handover. Nice. That's cool. Good. So flight.
135,
plan direct to Dino. With the beams, insert. Ooh. Ay. Hang on. That's not right. Heading. Oh, that doesn't look right.
Good evening.
Direct.
571, master Hello identified. Continue climb by level 400.
Let's try that again. Direct D0. Direct insert. Now, one of those lines is potentially that radar vector line, but I'm not sure about the other ones. That doesn't look...
571, fly heading 1900.
That doesn't look right, if you ask me. Let's have a plan mode here. But let me check the chart real quickly. So let's go terminal chart. Let's get rid of all of these pins.
Master Greater, good evening. Skydiver 628, flight level 330, direct Gasco.
628, master Hello identified.
So let's go Düsseldorf. Approach. Let's do ILS 23 left. ILS 23 left. Pin that. So D0. Potentially it could be on the arrival route here. Let's have a look. D0. So it's routing D0, Ham, Halme. So that's correct. Xamot. But what's this? Oh no. Well then I'm not going to delete anything then. If that's potentially risking a WASP crash. No, then I'm not going to touch that. So we're inbound D0, that's fine. That's all I care about right now, and the rest we'll do direct to later on. Alright. Toilet flush.
57 Alpha, it's a flight of 260,
yeah, that's true.
This other flight was 260, 1,500 feet per minute or greater in the 57 Alpha.
Insta-buy, right?
Now that's how pros do it.
Insta-buy, yeah. Of course. Oh, this is sync work. You gotta be kidding me. Hang on. Right, seriously. Somebody asked us, does the sync work? Oh, that's a curtain. I was just, what kind of... Oh, okay. Does the sync work? I mean, it's got nice modeling, not gonna lie. But no, it's just the...
Space Center, good day. Was 3010, level flight 360, proceeding direct to Aluva.
Yes.
3010, master Shadow, hello, identified.
We need a study level sync, yeah. I agree. Oh no. The pedal under the sink, I think that's so that you don't have to touch the lid of the bin. We have the same on the 787. So when you press that pedal, the lid from the bin goes down, you can throw in your towels.
42, you find level 410.
So 242, Master Trader, hello, and 99.
Oh, you guys. You crack me up. Tissue's empty too? Right. No buy then. Why is this looking so weird now? On the night mode? Can we, let's dim that down. Yeah, I'd rather have daytime mode and then contrast up. Contrast up and, oh! No, okay, that's too much. Cool. There we go, that's good, good value. Good, so ILS, let me try to get a weather. Do we have METAS? No. Let's clear all. Flight ops menu.
Master Trader,
so we don't have anything here.
842, flight level 370.
But we have something here in the
Flight for 2, Master fellow identified. Ready, descent flight level 250.
direct ATIS. Yeah, thank you. So let's send that.
Maastricht Control, Eurowings 29er Zulu on flight level 300, climbing 340 and asking is 360 possible.
Lufthansa 842, when ready, descent level 250.
Lufthansa 842, when ready, descending flight level 250.
Wings 29er Zulu, Master Trader, low identified, yes, affirmed, climb level 360, proceed direct
So it doesn't have arrival ATIS, so hang on, let me...
Direct D0 and climbing 360, thank you.
So if I put non... Update. There we go. Now we got the
So 571 contact, frame radar 124.
Let's print that, shall we? Print.
124, 175, thanks for service, pleasing to you, Lufthansa 571
And then we can have a look at that here at the ah, nice. That's a nice feature. I like that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I remember that. Put that to none and then you get the ATIS, yeah. Because that's only if the ATIS on VATSIM actually has departure and arrival ATIS, you would put that in there, but they only have one ATIS. So for arrival and departure, so that's why you put none. So 1950.
124,705, thank you.
Okay. Vectoring, ILS approach, runway 23 right and 23 left. Departure. So now people telling me that potentially we can get hey Ted, good evening to you. So we can get a swing over 23 left. Let's go approach here. So Ted, thanks so much for the 76 months. Ted, wie geht's? How are you doing?
5 minutes out of cockpit. I need a drink.
Who doesn't? Who doesn't? Bring one for me as well, please. So that's the full ATIS. Here we go. So we got what? They have 1 degree? Apparently we're gonna get snow next weekend, even in Bremen. So no joke, winter is coming. 1020. 1 degree in Aachen as well. Crazy. Yeah, Dominic. It is. It definitely is. Right, let me just have a look here at the terminal chart. So let me go pinned. 23 right initially. That's what we're gonna go for initially.
Sky 1168, request 1 minute from the cockpit, please.
So Cat 1, max 65.7. I'm not 100% sure if the distance between the main gear and the nose gear 65 feet or less or whatever. What I would imagine. So yeah, let's go with the 360 then. So 360 feet. 360. Now, flap setting. I'm gonna go with the full today. Yeah, let's go config full. Because I think the runway isn't the longest, is it?
The Skylander 628 back in the cockpit now with a drink. Perfect.
What's going on today? Right, so let's put this to... Actually, did it say dry or... So they don't say it's wet, so it should be dry. Then we'll take dry. Dry landing weight, estimated 175.5. Just gonna add 5 knots. Landing manual, brakes. If I do low, actually let's take medium. And then we can do maybe brake to vacate. Hold on.
FedEx 4, just for your planning.
So I choose manual then, or?
Approximately 25 minutes to go, and right now there's the whole thing going on, so maybe 5 or 6 seconds for holding.
Can somebody check, please? Do they have holding in Düsseldorf? Or is that Copenhagen? Feels like -4. Okay. Contacts 22185.
This is the 22 Victor, direct data hotel 612.
Direct data hotel 612, look forward to it.
Maastricht, Abend, Finnair 711 Heavy, level 400.
Finnair 711 Maastricht identified.
Not too busy, 1 orbit, okay. No holdings, but some vectoring. Thank you, guys. I was getting worried there. Because we're already running late, so...
Maastricht Alpine 18 Quebec Echo, passenger flight level 224.
Okay, so let's try.
Alpine 18 Quebec Echo, Maastricht, full haven't identified, continue climb level 37, level confirm that's requested level.
Clear fast 270 now, request level B 370 for Alpine 18 Quebec Echo.
Thank you, Alpine 18 Quebec Echo, direct flight.
We're trying Alpine 18 Quebec Echo.
Gonna wait a few more minutes, see if it transfers.
Finnair 41 Yankee requesting descent.
Dr. Ham.
Well, descend level 300.
Wilco, send.
We just received it.
So direct Ham.
Finnair 41 Yankee.
Maastricht, good evening, over in Romeo Hotel, level 193, climbing 240.
Ring for Romeo Hotel, Maastricht identified, hello. Considering you need to be Basel, level 250, report requested level.
We'll see how that goes later. No, it didn't fix it, no. Let's go fix info.
Wings 1 Tango Lima, descend to flight level 25, there will be level
let's go Echo Delta Delta Lima.
Descending 250, level in 40 miles.
Right. I keep forgetting.
Lufthansa 5 Tango Whiskey, when ready, descend to flight level 250.
2-3.
Lufthansa 5 Tango Whiskey, when ready, descend to flight level 250.
When ready, descend to level 250.
Oh, disregard. Hang on. Is it on the
progress? To Victor, descend to flight level 250, 2000 or more.
Descend to level 250, 2000 or more, Lufthansa to Victor.
Maastricht radar low, 706 Hotel, flight level 340.
Red Nose Echo Delta identified, hello, direct to Badam.
Do I have to put in a radio?
Radar, hello, flight level 300, direct waypoint, Elnap.
Okay, the 2 stations, I could catch the readback of the Red Nose, and was it Eurowings 27 Charlie connect?
No, just want to put this as, you know...
27 Charlie identified, hello, direct to Stuttgart.
Ooh.
Direct Stuttgart, Eurowings 27 Charlie.
Ring for Hotel Roger, climb level 300.
300 over.
Cleared this.
So the 22 Victor, contact Bremen 125025. Bye bye.
125025. Victor.
Yeah, but where's the progress? Okay, so now I've got 137. Is that to? Yeah, that could be.
711, descend to flight level 250 and be level latest in 60 miles.
Descent flight level 250, level latest in 60 miles. Cockpit Finnair 711 heavy. Right, 60 miles. So Ham is 80, so 20 miles prior to Ham, we have to be level 250. So we got the open descent out blue 250. Now let's do some quick maths. We've got to do 15,000 feet times 345, 50 miles. So yeah, we have to go now. Progress is under data.
Thank you. Direct data Bravo 433. Wings 1 Tango Lima, contact Bremen 124, that's level 175. Bye bye.
Ah, is that it? Can we put this?
5 Tango Whiskey, contact Bremen 125855. Bye bye.
125855.
Can we do 23 right here as well? No, just Düsseldorf. Yeah, but hang on. I want to have the distance. You know, on the A320, you get like when you put in the runway code.
Ryanair 81 Victor Quebec, switch to advisory. Bye bye.
All right. Anyways, let's have a look again here. Try something else real quickly. So fix number 2, Ham. Hotel Mike.
Alpine 792 now, whiskey caution 227.
Hotel Mike. And I want to have a 20-mile radius.
Good evening, identified. Continue climb to flight level 370. Confirm that's requested.
So that's a 20-mile radius, and I've got to be level at that point. So let me
729, thank you. Passing
now get vertical speed in here. And where's my descent error? My prediction. Oh, that's a problem. There's no vertical path. Right? So something's really messed up with the flight plan. So the flight plan looks okay. But I think the problem came when I chose a beam points. So now, even though I'm saying direct to Ham, but no beams,
hotel, direct data hotel 612.
It doesn't fix it.
Direct data hotel 612.
Yeah.
Maastricht Radar, Eurowings 29 Zulu, on flight level 360.
Wings 29 Zulu, Maastricht identified, hello, direct Ham.
Yeah, that's fine. We've got 6,000 feet to lose. That's about 20-something miles. So we should be fine.
Hello, climbing 240,
so that should be all right.
For the Turkish Maastricht identified, hello, climb to flight level 29 Zulu.
290,
Eurowings 27 Charlie, direct data hotel 612.
So we level latest here. Okay, cool. Let's continue with the preparations for the approach. So we've got approach, and again we've got config full, minimums in, transition level.
Negative. Eurowings 3 kilo, Rhine radar, frequency 122.
Transition is in 60. So I'm going to put this here. 60. Enter. And then one more thing to do is the brake to vacate. So plan mode. Oh. 3, 5, 6, 5.
Speed 250, not descending flight level 140, Lufthansa 1 Kilo Yankee. Left for 1 Yankee, speed 250, not for left. Speed 250, Lufthansa 1 Kilo Yankee.
Traffic 41 Hotel Delta, speed 250 knots.
50 knots, that's the program for Delta.
Yeah, doesn't like it. Langen Abend, die Finnair 711 Heavy passing 265 descending 250.
Finnair 711 Langen, hello, identified. Speed 250 knots, descent flight level 140.
Descent flight level 140, Finnair 711 Heavy.
711, speed 250 knots.
And speed back 250 knots, Finnair 711.
Finnair 41 Yankee, turn right heading 270.
So we have speed to 50,
That's heading
140.
270, Finnair 41 Yankee. The 1 kilo Yankee, arrival 128.555, bye-bye.
Lufthansa 1 kilo Yankee, contact arrival 128.555, bye-bye.
Hey Nicholas. Would you set an MPL program as direct entry?
Contact 41 Hotel Delta, arrival 128.555,
The thing is,
bye-bye.
there's someone in our community that went the MPL way, and he's now in a real bad spot where there's airlines that have a need for pilots, but they're not hiring him because the MPL is obviously bound to a certain airline, and they're saying, well, as soon as the airline starts hiring, you're going to leave us. So that's why they're not taking him on.
There's a tower online, he will give you landing clearance.
So honestly, I mean, maybe someone else has other opinion, but for me, MPL.
Finnair 711 cleared Halme 2-3 transition.
The Halme 2-3 transition cleared. So thank you, Finnair 711. Now we've got to be careful, make sure the aircraft follows the correct transition. So yeah, I would be careful with that. So Halme. Hold on, where's Halme? There's Halme. Here's Halme, Samot, 422, 426, 429, 430, and then manual, so then track outbound for radar vectors. That's all correctly programmed, so hopefully the aircraft will follow that. And then we've got the center fix 2-3. Oh, 2-3 left? No, hang on. We'll have again.
And for 1 Yankee confirmed speed 250 knots.
No, speed 250 knots, Finnair for.
Ghost, good night to you. Thanks so much. Yeah, keep fingers crossed out. I have to change the arrival.
On a 4632 tower 129er805.
Wish me luck.
Tower 129er805. 310 direct over. Direct over.
So let's see. No VATSIM crash, which is good. And then we've got 2-3 right now. ILS set. Cool. Oh, and we have predictions again. Hey, we fixed it. That's how you fix it. You enter a different runway. And now we have a descent prediction again.
Langradar Mo in rookie 3, flight level 137, climbing, flight level 190.
Thrust idle percent. Ham.
Identify.
Now we've got to be careful though. Ham and then Halme 140 below. Yeah. So prediction says Halme 140 below should be fine. That's good. That's fine. All right. Cool. Good. So we're on a transition. We're going to fly the ILS approach 2-3 right.
For 1 Yankee speed 220 knots.
Meaning we're going to leave 3000 at Regno. We have a 3-degree profile down. Minimum's 360 feet. Not showing here.
310 arrival 128.555. Bye bye. 128.
Oh, I've got to enter that again. Hang on. 360 enter. There we go, 360 feet. Yep, are all set.
For 1 Yankee, direct Halme, cleared Halme to 3.
And then missed approach goes 0.6 Düsseldorf.
For 1 Yankee.
There it is, and then 230 maximum right.
Passing
318 degrees until 6. So 318 to 6. And then we go back to Düsseldorf
direct Domux, clear Domux to 3.
and climb 4000.
Direct Domux to 3, 1 Tango Fox.
Correctly programmed, fantastic. Right, if we stay on the approach, we try to vacate Kilo 3. Now, unfortunately, I can't do brake to vacate because Navigraph. I like the Lido charts, that's a problem. And I try to set Navigraph.
1 Yankee arrival 1285555. Bye bye. 1285555 for 1 Yankee. Have a nice day. Bye bye. You too. Bye bye.
So unfortunately, it does not like me to have plan to vacate.
2 kilo Mike, hello, identified. 4 Domux 2-3 transition, descent flight level 140.
Could you repeat for Turkish 2 kilo Mike, please?
Turkish 2 kilo Mike, of course. Cleared Domux 2-3 transition, descent to flight level 140.
Like an MEL item, yeah. Unfortunately.
Clear via the Domux 2-3 transition and descent flight level 140 for Turkish.
Doesn't matter.
One take a Foxtrot, descent flight level 140, level latest.
We're going to take auto brake medium.
140 level Domux.
So brake medium is selected.
Good evening,
and according to the calculations, we need about 1500 meters. And 1500 meters could be okay.
Identified, climb flight level 230.
Climb level 230, you're in front of the X-ray.
Okay, 23, Maastricht 122, 185, ciao.
122, 185, okay, 23, ciao.
Again, good evening.
Let's make sure we correctly go to Halme now.
250 level
So for my kilo, hello, identified. Cleared Domux 2-3 transition, speed 250 knots, alle.
Looks good.
Domux 2-3.
The rest is going to be careful though.
Turkish 2 kilo Mike, speed 280.
So then we've got 2-3 right. Oh, hang on. Yeah.
711, speed 220 knots.
Speed back 220, finish 711. There's a little typo that should
29
be.
Zulu on flight level 250, speed 250 knots.
29 Zulu, Langen hat identified. Cleared Halme 2-3 transition, descent to flight level
Lima
140.
4, Kilo 3. Yeah, Kilo 3 is 1600 meters. So with brake medium, that should be doable.
29 Zulu. 10 X-ray, direct
I was.
climb flight level 240.
Yeah, I was in plan mode. And then I zoomed in. No, the problem is.
711 arrival 1285555. Bye bye.
28555. Bye bye. Finish 711.
Buildings 901 Charlie, turn right heading 1, correction 200, descent for level 70.
Heading 200, descending 70.
No worries. Always happy for inputs.
Prima Whiskey, contact director 128655.
So sometimes someone knows a trick to get it working.
128655, code sign only Lufthansa 2 Lima Whiskey.
Lufthansa 1 Kilo Yankee, descend now 5000 feet, QNH 1021.
It's Tango.
Descending 5000 feet, QNH 1021.
Correction, FENIX A320 Yankee, descent for level 70.
Flight driver 70 for FENIX 41 Yankee.
FENIX 711, cleared Halme 2-3 transition, descent for level 100.
Halme 2-3 transition and descent level 100, FENIX 711, heavy beginning. So 100. Information is uniform now. Temperature 1021. So QNH has changed a bit. It's around 1021. Here, 1021.
Austrian 310, descent for level 70.
Descent platform 70.
And then temperature is 0. So only slight changes, but we'll enter it anyways. And the rest remains the same. Well, 243, alright. Okay.
Doing 2 Tango, hello.
What I'm going to do here is, you see on the speed
Going
page.
901 Charlie, expect a right turn short.
But that's
before
weird
the
though.
downwind. I
You know,
call you
honest,
back.
look at this. So the speed is already calculated at fairly
This is the
slow
1 kilo Yankee, turn left heading
speed.
100.
So I don't know why
Still left heading 100, Lufthansa 1 kilo
it's
Yankee.
drawing it like that. So it's kind of a bit messed up. So we have to be aware of
This
that.
is the 1 kilo Yankee, contact director 128.655, call set only.
Lufthansa 1 kilo Yankee, say again please.
128.655, call set only.
Contacting 128.655, Lufthansa 1 kilo Yankee.
Yeah, it is overfly, so constraints. Let me have a look if I do 210 here. Enter.
Started 41 Hotel Delta, descend 4000, QNH 1021.
Oh!
Descend 4000, QNH 1021, something for 1 Hotel Delta.
Wings 901 Charlie, turn right, I say again, turn right, heading 05.
Pro pilot, that's how you do it, you see? Guys,
Finnair 41 Yankee.
if you have any questions, A350,
Desert heading
call me.
for Finnair 41
I'll
Yankee.
fix it.
Contact 41 Hotel Delta, contact director 128655, call 10 only, cheers.
2867, thanks for the medication. For 1 Hotel Delta, contact on.
Thank you. Lufthansa 1 kilo Yankee.
Oh, the HUD. I totally forgot about HUD.
Lufthansa 1 kilo Yankee.
Yeah, nice. Love the HUD. How to make sync work. Sync is not my area of responsibility. Okay. So I have
Finnair 711, descent for level 70.
descent level 70, Finnair 711. 70.
Wings 901 Charlie, descent 5000 feet, QNH 1021.
Pre-select QNH. Oh, yes, good idea. You can do that here.
Finnair 41 Yankee, turn right, I say again, turn right, heading 100.
Right heading
What I like here,
100,
it suggests you the
Austin 310, descent 5000,
flap
QNH
settings.
1021.
So deceleration point here, flaps 1, flaps 2. Very nice.
Air France 654, good evening, identified. Info uniform, expect that as approach 23 right, you're cleared to big move 23 transition.
We have your big move.
That's a weird.
Condition and clear
Big move 23 transition for ILS 23 right.
I'm just wondering what the sounds are. It sounds like a siren, but. Okay, so let's switch the seatbelts on. Line lights on.
So now it was blocked, Air France 654, sorry. Confirm big move.
And let's have a look here. Oh, we did that already. Check is complete.
Thank you. Finnair 41 Yankee, descent 5000 feet,
So
QNH 1021.
approach. But wait until we set the bar rows.
Eurowings to Papa, hello, information uniform, expect that as approach 23 right, cleared big move 23 transition.
Clear information uniform on 23 right and clearing is variable for Papa.
Eurowings 31 Papa.
31 Papa, missed approach.
Hello, welcome back, left turn 050.
Left 050, wings 31 Papa.
Finnair 711, fly present heading, I call you for left turn.
Maintain present heading, Finnair 711. Right, heading.
Eurowings 901 Charlie, turn right by 10 degrees.
Just in time, because we're just about to turn.
Austin 310, descent 4000.
No, Quotenwagner, I found the... So this picture, the HUD picture right now, looks so different to what I'm used to.
Wait, 2 stations. I got Eurowings 29 Zulu, hello, cleared high.
But maybe, is it just my viewpoint here?
ILS 23 right.
Halme 23 transition, ILS 23 right, das habe ich schon drin, danke.
Eurowings 901 Charlie, descent 4000 feet.
Let's save this then.
Ryanair 1 Tango Foxtrot, hello, descent for level 70.
Descent level 70 and speed to 20, Ryanair 1 Tango Fox.
Und Info Uniform 23 right.
23 right, 1 Tango Fox.
Eurowings 91 Charlie, contact director 128655, call send only.
MK Studios, Musa. MK Studios Düsseldorf.
Finnair 41 Yankee traffic information.
I checked today, so I uninstalled Airsoft,
for.
and I did get the Düsseldorf one.
Traffic information, copy.
But that was already bought some time ago.
Finnair 41 Yankee, contact director 128655, call send only.
28655, call send only, thank you. Bye bye for 1 Yankee.
Eurowings 31 Alpha Papa, turn
Busy.
left by 10 degrees.
Really busy.
Left by 10, Eurowings 31 Alpha Papa.
Eurowings 2 Tango, speed to 20.
Outstar,
And 2 Tango, descent flight level 100. Finnair 711, left direct 426 for the arrival again.
Left 426 and then back on arrival, Finnair 711.
Austrian 310, contact
Let's see if we manage that.
1255, only.
So let's go direct to 426. Enough.
Turkish 2 kilo Mike identified. Info uniform, expect to right. Descent flight level 100.
Expect to right, descent level 100.
Lots of lights.
Arrival, good evening, Super for my kilo 140 over Adelaide.
So for my kilo, hello, you are identified.
Is it always that busy? Okay. And Jaronic says the flight path vector is way too high on landing. Okay, we'll watch that. We'll have a look.
Airform 654, speed 220 knots, please.
Hey there, Langen.
The children of the Green Line, yeah. You bet.
At flight level 130, looking to land. I need to talk about the landing runway though, because that 23 right is too short.
Oh.
Let's talking, please. Busy frequency. You identified. I call you back for Zutri left standby. Airform 654, you were blocked 3 reports. Correction. Confirm speed 220 knots.
I see up 220 from Chicago.
During 300 par, reduce speed 200 knots and expect around 35 miles touchdown.
200 knots, copy truck miles, 31 Alpha Papa.
300 par, over to director 128655, code send only.
It's just one big city, yeah.
31 Alpha par, contact director 128655, code send only.
But I have to admit,
28655, call send only, 31 Alpha Papa, bye.
Eurowings 2 Tango, descent flight
I have to
level
admit, so when I compared this,
711, descent 6,000 feet, QNH 1021.
6,000, connection 1021, Finnair 711.
Eurowings 2 Papa.
So when I compared this to explain regarding performance,
5 to Bravo, speed to 20.
then I have to say, I mean, this is quite remarkable. So a lot of lights, high detail.
Eurowings 2 Zulu, speed 220
On
knots.
VATSIM, lots of other aircraft around, and performance is nice.
70 and 220 knots.
That's something I'm really missing.
Turkish 2 kilo Mike, descent flight level 70.
Really missing in X-Plane.
Descent flight level 70, Turkish 2 kilo Mike.
So for my kilo, descent flight level 70.
70 for speed for my kilo.
Good, so back on the arrival. There's traffic coming in from the south.
From the 452, good evening. Reduce speed 220 knots. Information uniform. Expect 23 right.
Reduce speed 220, expect 23 right on the 452.
During 654, correction, Air Force 654.
Not yet, easy.
Descent flight level 70.
We're still on the arrival.
During 2 Tango for sequencing, turn left heading 340.
Good news, subscribers.
Chris Johan, thank you so much for the membership. Chris, welcome to the community. Thank you very much for that.
Finnair 711, expect a left turn for base. I call you in about 6 miles.
Okay, copy it, Finnair 711. Left turn base. So it's going to be like a 270.
Airform 654 for sequencing.
Interesting that he's already saying that.
I call you back for the downwind.
Oh, the checklist. Sorry, I thought center line. Yeah, easy. You're right.
Question Rainer 1 Tango Foxtrot, descent 5,000 feet, QNH 1.
Yeah, you're right. Checklist. Checklist.
5,000 feet, QNH 101.
I was on like center line.
Turkish 2 kilo Mike, descent 5,000
Bar
feet,
ref,
QNH
1021. Minimum spar row 360 feet. Runway condition is dry.
Fin, question Virgin 5.
Right, that's dry.
Expect that as approach to
and auto brake is medium.
Big move to 3 transition.
Approach checklist complete.
No,
easy, all good.
Finnair 711, turn left. I say again, turn left, heading 150 to short the final.
We'll turn left heading 150, Finnair 711. Okay. So we'll turn left 150.
Boeing 2 Tango, descend 5,000 feet, QNH 1021. Finish 71, descend 4,000.
Descend 4,000, finish 7.
Belgian 5 to Bravo, check QNH.
So we got first idle of descent 4,000.
1013, standard QNH please.
Sector is 2,400, no problem.
Ryanair 1 Tango Foxtrot, director 12655, code to non-mission.
2655, Breakfast, 1 Tango.
Going 2 Tango, turn right heading 050.
Vertical speed, 1,000 feet to go. That looks nice.
Finish 711, 23 miles to go, contact director 128,655, calls and only.
Ja, vielen Dank, 128,655, calls and only, finish 711.
Going 2 Tango 28.
Good job, I mean, they're doing a really good job. Very professional. Direct and Finner 711 heavy.
And I want to go Foxtrot, turn left heading 320, descend 4,000.
Heading
4-0.
descend 4,000.
Haven't they released that already? I think it's already... Because I...
Finner 711, left heading 110, speed 200.
Left heading 110, speed back 200, Finner 7. Cool, so let's do that. Let's go... Speed 200, odd star. Yeah, right, because I saw that on the menu there, on the selection menu. Good, so heading...
711, further left heading 100.
Yeah, further left 100, Finner 7. Scotty, thank you so much for 56 months. Scotty, how are you?
Wings 3, 1 Alpha Bar, descend Connect Tower, 8305.
Another month of being
18305, Wings 31 Alpha Papa, thank you, bye-bye.
Bye, Ryanair 1 Tango Fox, but left turn heading 285.
Left 285, 1 Tango Fox.
Wings 2 Tango, turn left heading 100. Sorry, right heading 100.
Let's try that.
Yeah, right heading 100.
Oh no, is it course in? It's course in, isn't it? Course in.
Ryanair 1 Tango Fox, turn left heading 270, clear left to 3 right.
Second heading 1 Tango Fox.
Left heading 270.
Left 270, ILS, cleared ILS.
Oh no.
Finner 711, turn right heading 135.
Heading 135, Finner 7. Scotty, once again, thank you so much also for the kind words.
Good evening, 37 Kilo Alpha, coming 140.
Right, at least we have the ILS. ILS.
Slow, connect 128.5.
India.
Finner 711, right heading 200, clear left 23 right.
Heading 200, cleared the LS 23 right, Finner 7. So we have India Delta November Whiskey identified, fantastic. We've got the localizer, glide slope indicating. Let's hit the approach mode button.
Finner 711, reduce speed to 1900.
Speed 190, Finner 7.
Wings to Tango, descend 4000.
So there we go.
Ryanair 1 Tango Fox, maintain the speed 170 knots at the
star. This one.
5, 1 Tango Fox.
Yeah, LS is on. Thank you.
Ryanair 1 Tango Fox, connect tower 118.305, the number 4 on final domain.
18305, 1 Tango Fox. Ciao.
Right, Finner 711, reduce from 70 knots to maintain descent.
170, copied, Finner 7. So here comes flaps 1. Speed checked, flaps 1. Glide slope is alive. Speed 170. Everything set.
Wings to Tango, turn right heading 200, clear left to 3 right. That's 711, connect tower 118.305.
8305, Dankeschön, tschüss, Finish 711.
So.
Yeah, I had like a Zeronix and JD, thank you. So I had already the vision that we're gonna get heading 100, right? So Düsseldorf Tower, guten Abend, die Finnair 711 Heavy, 2-3, right?
Finnair 711 Heavy, hello, number 4.
Number 4, jeez.
On you see, question outbound 310, wind 240, 3 knots, runway 23 right, get land.
Quick land 23 right, Austin 200.
Charlie cross to
the guy ahead of me is Central Center Approach Sequence, the person responsible for VATSIM Germany pilot ratings, a real world 777 pilot. Nice. So I better perform right. Keeping fingers crossed. Right, we got 4,000 feet intercept. That's 3 miles more than what we have here. So 12 point something, that's fine. Correct light slope and missed approach 4,000 is set.
The 181 wind 240 degrees, 3 knots, runway 23 left, clear for
no
takeoff.
pressure.
23 left, clear for takeoff.
I perform better under pressure, you see. Always. Cool. I have to say, right now there's some minor hiccups with the FMS, but up to now, really enjoyed it. But I am aware that hand flying is going to be a little bit.
Hello, 16 Romeo on Mike, ready for the departure, Lima 1.
Potentially a little bit of an issue.
6 Romeo, hello. 1 Alpha Papa, wind 240 degrees, 3 knots, runway 23 left, correction, runway 23 right, clear to land.
23 right, clear to land, your wings 31 Alpha Papa.
Well, Riva is a real.
2,500.
Let's check. Riva is a real world A350 pilot. He should know how to do it, right? Was that like 1% uphill slope or something? Flaps 2, speed check, flaps 2.
Cross to
And
the
the
left
thrust.
into Lima 7 and contact out
Oh, the thrust off.
1605, Finnair 4 Yankee.
Flaps 2, set, flaps 3, speed check, flaps 3.
10, cross to the left into Lima 6, ground 11605.
He's the flare master. And flaps full, speed check, flaps full. Let's arm the spoilers.
116 Romeo, line up, runway 23 left.
How do I get the cabin ready?
Lining up, runway 13 left, correction to trade left, 016.
Percival.
Hello. Runway 1 Tango Foxtrot, wind 240 degrees, 3 knots, runway 23 right, clear to land.
Good.
Right, clear to land, 1 Tango Fox. Going to Tango, guten Abend, number 3.
Landing checklist. EK Memo landing. No blue. Landing checklist completed. Let's see if we can do some magic here. Line us on.
Düsseldorf Tower, good evening, X Alpha Foxtrot Charlie. Information unit from taxi to Holy Point Lima 1 via Mike.
Speed.
Yes.
X Alpha Foxtrot
Working
Echo
on it.
Charlie, hello.
There we go. Alright. We got this.
1,000.
Checked. Stable. You are correct. The flight path vector is completely off. So the flight path vector should be on the touchdown zone here. So that is a bit off.
711 wind 220 degrees, 2 knots, runway 23 right, clear to land.
23 right, clear to land, Finnair 7. Hold on. Clear to land, fantastic.
X-ray Echo Charlie, band to departing A320, line up runway 23 left behind.
Line up, runway 23 left behind X-ray Alpha.
Going 31 Alpha Papa, behind departing A320 from full length, cross, runway.
I have a feeling the scale here, the pitch scale is wrong.
Behind next departing, cross 23 left, Lima 6, behind the 31 Alpha Papa.
Then 1 Tango Foxtrot, follow the preceding, cross 23 left into Lima 7.
Follow proceeding, cross 23 left, Lima 7, right now 1 Tango Fox.
300.
Now getting slightly low, let's correct that.
Düsseldorf Tower, guten Abend, Shamrock 5 Jerry, with Mike.
100 above.
5 to Düsseldorf Tower, good evening.
200. Minimum.
Continue.
$100, 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5.
Mike 300 Papa, contact count 121-605.
Speed brakes up.
121-605, wings
green.
31 for Papa, bye.
Runway 1 take a Foxtrot, count 11605, stand by. 11605, 1 take a Fox, service. Next Echo Charlie wind 220 degrees, 2 knots, runway 23 left, clear for takeoff, bye.
Runway 23 left.
So, kilo 3, that's nice.
Turkish 2 kilo Mike, this is
Auto brake is off.
number 3.
Number 3, Turkish 2 kilo Mike.
Going to Tango wind 220 degrees, 2 knots, runway 23 right, cleared to land.
Let's clear the aircraft. What was the landing rate? Did it pop up? Now I've got to be careful here. The crossing runway is right around the corner. Nah, 431. Come on. I hate that indication. Nah. I'm gonna switch that.
Düsseldorf Tower, Eurowings 29 Zulu.
I swear to God, I'm gonna switch that off.
23 right.
That's just so depressing, that indication.
Shamrock 5 to Yankee, correction 5 to Juliet.
Target pilot, Dankeschön.
5 right 23 left, Shamrock 5 to Juliet.
Dinner 711, course runway 23 left into Lima 7, contact count 121.605, bye-bye.
Cross 23 left and other side ground 121.605. Finner 7 all. Thank you, good job.
Thanks, bye-bye.
Be careful, there's a traffic there. Yeah, but that wasn't 430 feet per minute. Come on, Ryanair, move. Strobes are off.
Shamrock 5 to Juliet, wind 220 degrees, 2 knots, runway 23 left, clear for takeoff, bye-bye.
Clear for takeoff, thank you, Shamrock 5.
So trying to get my tail off the runway here.
Turkish 2 kilo Mike, wind 220 degrees, 2 knots, runway 23 right, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 23 right, Turkish 2 kilo Mike.
335, I'll confirm hold short of Romeo.
Yeah, now the tail is clear, you see that? That's how long the aircraft is. Düsseldorf Ground, Abend, Finnair 711, just vacated.
Finnair 711, Düsseldorf Ground, hello, taxi to gate Bravo 06 via Papa 4.
Via Papa 4, Bravo 06, Finnair 711, thank you. So Papa 4 is here, and then Bravo 06. Let's do the rest.
One Tango Fox, gerade gesehen, dass ich nicht auf Lima 7 war, da, sorry, das war alles gar nicht beleuchtet von den Textlands.
Indeed, indeed. What a saying. Right. Taxi light is on. APU is starting. Trying to get the weather radar off if I ever find the right buttons for this. So surveillance. Let's take standby here. Confirm.
Condor 56 kilo, request startup and pushback.
And
Condor 56
weather
kilo,
radar off.
pushback approved,
After landing
face
check is
east onto
complete.
Tango between Papa 2 and Papa 3. Facing east between Papa 2 and Papa 3 for Condor 56.
Yeah, I have to hurry up.
Condor 1 mile kilo,
People waiting for
contact
the
Düsseldorf
group
Tower,
flight.
118.305, cheers.
Again, apologies for the
118.305, Tungsten service to Sanchal, Condor 1 mile kilo.
Hello, good evening, ground Lufthansa 2957 at stand Alpha 13. Request IFR clearance to Copenhagen, information Victor on board.
Lufthansa 13, correction, who was calling?
Lufthansa 2957. Lufthansa 2957, please file a flight plan.
Roger.
Streetbird 6 by Alpha, you were instructed to hold short of Romeo. Please hold short of Mike now.
Here's Bravo 6.
I apologize, hold short Mike.
It's a nice scenery. The reason for the delay, Brennelt explaining too long
Eurowings 2 Tango,
about
hello, to gate Bravo
de-icing.
0 via Papa 4 and Romeo.
A350, correct. Nice. Oh no, which one do we follow now? We'll take this one.
Broad Lufthansa 957, you should have it now.
Too fast. What?
Lufthansa 2957 negative. Maybe you are logged in with the wrong call sign. It's DHL 2957. Roger. Speedbird 6 Alpha, continue taxi to holding point on
too
left
far
via
out,
Mike
who knows?
Lima 1.
So parking brake is set. Let's see where we've stopped now. So we've got that APU.
Eurowings 8 for Golf, when clear of opposite direction. Eurowings Airbus A321. Continue taxi via Papa 4 Mike Lima 1.
Should be available. It is. Bleed on. Switch off the engines.
Opposite direction A321 of Eurowings Papa 4 Mike Lima 1 to holding point 23 left. Eurowings 8 for Golf.
The biggest feet per minute you got on airliner. Honestly, we don't know the feet per minute. So the hardest landing I've done is where on the 747.
Slow clearance, Lufthansa 153, ready for push start.
Some of the oxygen masks dropped out.
Lufthansa 1323.
So I've done a hard landing, no doubt. Always.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Sorry.
Going to be admitting that, but
Lufthansa 957.
luckily that was a very rare case.
Lufthansa 2957. Lufthansa 2957, you should have it now.
There we go, and then let's take.
Lufthansa 2957, yep, safe, clear.
Okay, cool.
Copenhagen, Mabel for
So let's see
departure,
if we've forgotten anything.
0130.
So let's do the. Oh, fuel pumps. Yeah, absolutely. Fuel
Roger,
pumps.
Lufthansa 957, clear to Copenhagen.
So beacon.
Have 4 Tango departure, initial flight level 5000, squawk 0130.
6.
Lufthansa 2957,
And then we'll do a checklist.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the problem. No problem.
So that was completed.
Checklist.
Checklist. Parking. Parking brake is set. Wing lights off. And that's the parking checklist complete. Very nice. Oh, I have no problems with revealing that. Well, it's not bad actually. Oh.
Turkish 2 kilo Mike, Düsseldorf ground. Hello, taxi to gate Charlie 04 via Mike, Lima 8, Romeo.
Right, who did this? Well, that's going to be expensive. I'm not paying for that. Definitely not.
Air 654, Düsseldorf ground. Hello, taxi to gate Bravo 08 via Papa 4.
Not my fault. Right, so beacon light was on. I don't know why they started recording. iniBuilds is paying for that, exactly. Well, it was a nice flight. I enjoyed that. Hope you have enjoyed that as well. And I'm going to go quickly without an outro so that I get everything set up quickly for the group flight. So we're going on the Alps tour. I'm going to fly the Comanche again. Everybody's invited to join if they like on the European West server, but GA aircraft, small aircraft. And I'll see you in a few minutes, guys. Thank you so much for all of the new members coming in. Thanks for the resubs. Much appreciated, as always. The return crew is free now, exactly. They can go back to the hotel. Cool. All right, guys. Thank you so much, everyone. And see you soon. Good night.